if we see the industrial business process, we can see that this product is not only about making a product. This is not about economic, but I think we have also some opportunities to get social and environmental benefit from this wood pellets products. We have hutan tanaman energy or energy plantation forest, where we can get some livestock feed, and also maybe we can also get some forage for honeybees, for example. And the wood from energy plantation forest, of course, can go to wood chips factory, and we can get the mobile sawdust for wood chips. And of course, we can also get some wood pellets and wood waste, and it will go to off-taker to make wood pellets. So both economic and social benefits can be achieved from these wood pellets industries, as well as environmental benefits. Next. So these graphs show us the products of wood pellet industries from 2020 to 2024 per province. And we can see that from several provinces in Indonesia, the largest wood pellet productions come from Gorontalo province, and it counts on around 29.96%. And the second one is from East Java province, 23.08%. And then the third one is from Central Kalimantan province, around 12.5% of total wood pellet production in 5 years. Next. Yes, this is also telling us about wood pellet production from 2020 to 2024 from Forest Product Processing Business Permits, or PBPHH. And I would like to highlight on how the government, through its regulatory frameworks and its policy, support the forestry sector, the private forestry sector, in the use of sustainable energy through facilitation to ease the private sector in doing business with forest product processing business permits, or PBPHH, that enable multi-business schemes. And one of the schemes here is wood pellets. So our regulatory system is prepared to enable the private sector and also the investment to do the business in the energy in the form
Recording in
of wood
progress.
pellet production. And until now, we have around 35 units of wood pellet industry with the capacity of around more than 3,000 meter cubic per year, and average production is around 199,525 meter cubic per year. So I think we can see from the graphs here that the number of the production of wood pellet is increasing through the years. So I think this is saying and telling us that wood pellet production and wood pellet business is a very promising business if we talk about the business. But I think it's not going to abandon the environmental aspect of the industry, because of course our regulation is safeguarding the industry and also the production of energy come from forest sector. Next. So I think this is going to be our last, my last slide. So if we sum up, our wood pellet export performance is increasing from 2021 until 2024. And we can see from the map here that distribution of wood pellet export from 2020 to 2024 is predominated by Republic of Korea, I think. And then the second one is Japan, and then Ireland, and then Singapore, United Arab Emirates, and then the sixth is Saudi Arabia, seven is Denmark, United States, and Malaysia. And I think the two biggest country as a destination of our wood pellet exports is Japan and Korea. I think later our colleagues, our presenter from APRIBI will tell us further about this figure. Next. This is my last slide. Yes, and for closing, I think I would like to say that Indonesia is moving forward as a country that leads by example. And from Ibu DG's keynote speech and from my presentation, I think for us, for Indonesia, forests are not only a source of wood, are not only a source of biomass, but with the collaboration of forestry and energy sector, we can, with the voluntary 2030 commitments derived from our LTS-ICCR and with our SVLK as a nationwide traceability system, and also with our downstreaming strategy that prioritize value addition and share prosperity, I think Indonesia is.
Okay. Ms. Novia, thank you for your insightful presentation. So, your remarks demonstrate that the wood pellet development in Indonesia become one of.
Yes, I think this is the last from my Ibu Fitri.
Yes, thank
I
you,
think
Ms.
Indonesia will stand ready to collaborate global partners.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Novia. So, from your presentation, we can see how the wood pellet development in Indonesia become one of the cornerstone for the Indonesia bioenergy, and also how policy certainty and sustainability safeguard build the foundation for credible renewable biomass market. And next, let us hear from industry side. So we have Mr. Iwan Setiawan from the Association of the Indonesian Forest Concessionaires, or APHI. Mr. Iwan will share best practices and lesson learned both from Indonesia and other countries in managing industrial plantation forest for biomass energy. Mr. Iwan, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. The presentation, please. Yeah, thank you. Good morning, esteemed colleague, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Iwan Setiawan. I'm from the Association of Indonesian Forest Concession Holder. So today I would like to present about the best practice and lesson learned from Indonesia and international about the experience of biomass energy. Please, the presentation. Can you, sorry? Yeah, so I can, okay. Yeah, next. Yeah, in the development of this biomass energy plantation, actually the government of Indonesia has provided the regulation that can serve as a reference for business actors. It is Act number 30 of 2007 concerning about energy, and then Act number 16 of 2016 concerning the ratification of the Paris Agreement, and then Act number 11 of 2020 concerning about the job creation law or omnibus law, and then the fourth is about Indonesian national determined contribution and Indonesian volume net sink 2030. So this law are mandates actually a national energy policy to development of new and renewable energy to achieve optimal energy mix and reduce dependence of fossil energy. Yeah. Although the biomass is not regulated in detail in this law, but it's a strong legal basis that encourages increasing utilization of new and renewable energy. And biomass energy, of course, this is the one of the main pillars in this roadmap to achieve the emission reduction target that mandates by this law. Next. So in the implementation of this potential effectively and sustainably, there are comprehensive strategy that as several key pillars is required. The first is about the integration of industry. It is must integrated between the upstream and downstream industry. So with this method, I think it will creating an efficient supply chain from the cultivation to the final product to ensure that there is a stable supply to and reduce the operational cost, because the cost is very very concerned to for this business. And then the second strategy is resource efficiency and maximize added value. So the utilization of biomass must be optimal, because there are we need to all biomass component is utilized as into the maximum extent. Besides generating energy, actually the process is also directed to producing high other value added products. So the efficient waste utilization not only enhance the economic value of the project, but also mitigates environment issues related to the waste management. The third is how we minimize competition with similar biomass industry. As you know that the biomass energy biomass plantation energy plantation is similar with other business like wood chip for pulp and paper or other business. So we need to create how we can minimize the competition of land utilization to develop the plantation of energy biomass. And then the fourth is we need to have the fast growing species, high calories and sustainable plantation. So this is the key of sustainability, the raw material supply, because we need have a fast growing species and sustainable plantation, of course. And then it is the very very important is about competitively priced market, because you know in the competition of land resources usage, so the price is very important how to develop this business. Okay. Next. This is the example of the model that we or our member, one of our member in Gorontalo. So we integrate with the biomass industry wood pellet, we integrate with the plywood industry. So we built the wood pellet factory is inside the complex of another industry like in plywood factory. So with the with the same resources and the same resources, high value wood of cuts are produced into plywood, and then the remainder of this cut is turned into the wood pellets. So the final product will resulting in efficient biomass energy material value. So this is how we can effectively or economically product of biomass industry if we combine with the other industry. So next please. This is another this is how we mix plantation. How we maximize the land use of the efficiency of land resources, biomass energy. We can plant the energy crops can be planted intercropping in the medium rotation industrial plantation. So, for example, if we have medium rotation like eucalyptus, which is 5 or 6 year rotation, we can plant among the main crop with calandra that have 1 or 2 years rotation, and then that we can prune without damaging the main crop. So this is how we can maximize the land use of the same resources from the forest plantation, so we can make more efficient and effective. Next. This is the projection of global wood market growth. As we know that maybe into 2030 it's about 10 billion US dollar. It is projected to reach until 23 billion US dollar in 2030. So this is indicate that there will be still increase around 30% of per year of on compounding basis of the wood pellet growth in the world. Next. And then this is how we try to map, to overlay the map, the potential support of energy biomass plantation with the location of the power plants that have already been built now. So we can see if in we can see the yellow circle. Yellow circle is about the steam power that potentially can be supported by energy plantation. So if we show the circle yellow, so there are actually potential of our forest plantation around the power plant steam. So actually this can be potential supported by the energy the plantation. And then the yellow triangle, if we show the yellow triangle, is indicate the diesel power plant that have the potential support also from the resources of a plantation forest near the diesel power plant. Yeah, so maybe we can convert this power plant become steam, and then we can use the biomass as a material to support the energy. Next. This is based on this potential. So actually the forestry sector can support renewable energy transition. As we know that renewable energy is essential for achieving the global climate neutrality, and then industrial plantation forests provide sustainable biomass feedstock for energy transition. So this is the potential, and then Indonesia actually holds over 8.6 million hectare of potential plantation area that actually this is suitable for mixed plantation with the renewable energy. And then the private sector can initiate support innovation and sustainability in forest-based energy. Next. And this is what is the best practice in Indonesia. Currently, many of our members now have the multi-business forestry working plan. So this can be integrating the energy plantation, carbon and community-based enterprise. And then in Indonesia we have short rotation species. It is like Kaliandra, Gamal, or other that have the almost 4,000 kilocalorie per kilogram energy yield. So it is very prospective about the plantation. And then there are also potential co-firing collaboration between the forestry concession and the power plant for biomass energy. And then we need to ensure the legality and sustainability in biomass production. We will apply the SVLK certification. Next. This is the international lesson learned. We know that in another country there are already established about the biomass energy, like in Japan and Korea, and then Finland, Ghana, Canada, and also in European Union. So we need the lesson from them is about the consistency policy, and then fiscal incentive and strong governance are essential to support implementation of biomass energy transition. Next. So with this all experience, we can take several key to takeaways. The first is about the biomass energy plantation. It will be much better if B2B developed as a mixed plantation instead of the single species. So it will optimize the land resources and not competitive with other main current business. The second is we can optimize marginal land and also as a resolve tenorial conflict. It can be a key success also to create the biomass energy as a competitive product. The third is foreign partnership with the community surrounding the concession area should be addressed to manage the economic scale of biomass plantation, because as we know that we can actually crop the energy crop in the community land surround the concession or surround the industry of power plant. Yeah. And then actually we require clear incentive policy such as price for co-firing, non-government tax, and carbon tax. And then of course we need is an attractive financing scheme to encourage the biomass investment. Next. So I think that's my presentation. So through the development of biomass energy, we are not only managing the waste and utilize natural resources wisely, but also contributing directly to the target of renewable energy transition in Indonesia. So let's work together to realize cleaner and more sustainable energy future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Iwan, for your valuable presentation. I took the important point that the integrated industry is a must, to develop biomass energy, and also consistency policy. Consistency policy and community inclusive model are essential for scaling up biomass and based energy system. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude the presentation round, we will hear from Mr. Diki Ahmar now, Secretary General of the Indonesian Biomass Energy Producer Association. And before Mr. Diki deliver his presentation, We will first watch a short video profiling the Indonesian Biomass Energy Producer Association. But kindly reminder, Pak Diki, we only have 15 minutes, so not very too long. The floor is yours, Pak Diki.
Indonesia, a land blessed with abundant natural resources and biodiversity. From vast tropical forests to millions of hectares of palm plantations, our nation holds a remarkable potential for sustainable energy. And this is where APRIBI, the Association of Indonesian Biomass Energy Producers, plays a vital role, bringing together industries, communities, and innovation to transform natural byproducts into clean and renewable energy. Biomass is not about cutting down forests. It's about using what nature already gives us. Indonesia has over 120 million hectares of forest, making it the 9th largest forest area in the world. From this, more than 86 million hectares remain naturally covered, protected under our National Sustainability System, SVLK, the Timber Legality Assurance System that guarantees all forest products come from legal and sustainable sources. At the same time, our palm oil industry covers around 16.3 million hectares of land, producing over 55 million tons of palm oil each year. From this process, tons of palm kernel shell, empty fruit bunch, and palm trunk are generated. Waste materials that can be transformed into green energy. If we look at the scale, the total area used for biomass production, from palm waste and wood pellets, represents less than 1% of Indonesia's total forest area. In other words, we are using only a very small portion of what we have, and doing it in a way that is fully renewable and regenerative. When biomass crops like gamal or calandra are harvested, they are replanted again, turning managed forest areas into living energy ecosystems, where nature and industry grow together in balance. So even though deforestation remains a national challenge, biomass is not the cause. It is part of the solution. By using just a small fraction of our natural resources, biomass provides clean energy, reduces emissions, and helps protect the forests we are proud to call the lungs of the world. Because every ton of palm kernel shell used reduces 0.94 tons of CO2 emissions. Every tree replanted keeps the cycle of life alive, and every effort we make brings us one step closer to a sustainable green future. From Indonesia to the world.
Okay, thank you everyone. Good morning. Before I start my presentation, I know you are starting boring about the speaker. I have a bonus of the most expensive coffee in the world. This is the best coffee in the world. This is coffee from Aceh Gayo. I asked the question for the foreigner, only foreigner, because Indonesia has coffee already. The question is, as a one earth, do you know the relationship between Amazon and Sahara Desert? Do you know the relation it? If you have answer, you can get a coffee. Do you know the relation? Yes, please.
Thank you very much for your question. My name is Adiso. I am a forester. I am working for Ethiopian Ministry of Agriculture. I think this tropical forest in Indonesia, in Sumatra, in Java, and also in Congo basins, as well as in Amazon, also contributing for rainfall and temperature rise, and it cools the temperature in different parts of the world, like Sahara, Kalahari, and like this. So the Amazon forest and the Indonesia tropical forest contributing to just decrease the temperature of these globes, especially for Saharas.
Do you know the relationship with Sahara Desert and Amazon
Yeah, it is,
as one Earth?
it is one Earth. It is different agroecology or different ecological formations, but one is just contributing for the others due to energy flow, nutrient cycle, and regulation of temperature change and rainfall.
Okay, whatever your answer, you get the coffee, sir. Okay, do you know what the relation the Sahara Desert and Amazon? You know, Amazon can be fertilized. Amazon can be good forest because the Sahara. Sahara flow the phosphor on from the land and blowing to the wind, going to Amazon. That's why Amazon keep fertilized, keep a good forest because of the desert. It means we are one earth. Also same Indonesia, we export wood pellet or the other biomass to the other country, make the other country blue sky because of the green energy from Indonesia. Okay, next question later after my presentation. I introduce myself. I am a Secretary General of Association Energy Biomass Producer Indonesia, also Chairman of Palm Kernel Cell Entrepreneur Association of Indonesia, and Vice Chairman of Central European Committee in Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Indonesia. The other is my company. Next. Okay, our issue right now is about the Indonesia biomass versus climate change. Yeah. Next. What the fact of biomass Indonesia? Indonesia has wood pellet. We have agri-waste, and we have empty fruit bun pellet. All of the biomass, the potential in Indonesia. Next. Yeah, the first, this is the palm kernel cell of Indonesia. We get this is waste industry of the palm oil, and we use this for the energy, for the biomass. Next. The fact of biomass Indonesia, palm kernel cell. Indonesia export biomass with palm kernel cell as agri-waste to Japan almost 4 million tons per year. We export since 2016 to 2022 without any condition with certificate sustainability, and price average is $135. You see the graphic of the PKS, the palm kernel cell production, compared with the palm kernel cell export. We export only 35% from the availability of the palm kernel cell. Next. Okay, what the benefit of palm kernel cell? Palm kernel cell can use for the generate steam, general thermal power, and for high performance activated charcoal. The most important from the palm kernel cell for the world is for every ton of PKS used in the factory contribute 0.94 ton reduction of carbon dioxide. Next. Fact of biomass Indonesia. Oh, next. Okay. Okay. Since 2019, Environment NGO, once again, I told you, since 2019, Environment NGO, in the name of sustainability and safe environment, start push and influence Japan government, especially METI, to allow import of PKS with mandatory using sustainability certificate. Yeah. At the end, since April 2022, Indonesia exporter of PKS should have GGL, Green Gold Label Certificate, or other sustainability for PKS. I thought this is the pretending sustainability only without any value of sustainability. Yeah. So many kind we always say about the sustainability, but actually this is only motto, but not the real sustainability. If you move part of the plan from the country to the country, It's not sustainability, actually. It's not sustainability. But we make it. Certificate, we have to make sustainability. But it's okay. Next. Okay, now about the biomass. Wood pellet of Indonesia, the sustainability product and stay keep environment ethic. Before this, I want to show you the video of the forest of Indonesia that we use for the wood pellet. Next.
Indonesia tanah air peta pusaka abadi nan jaya. Indonesia sejak dulu kala tetap dipuja-puja bangsa. Di sana tempat lahir kita, dibuai dibesarkan bunda, tempat berlindung di hari tua sampai akhir menutup mata. Sungguh indah tanah air peta, tiada bandingnya di dunia. Karya indah Tuhan Maha Kuasa bagi bangsa yang memujanya. Di sana tempat lahir beta, dibuai dibesarkan bunda, tempat berlindung di hari tua sampai akhir menutup mata. Indonesia ibu pertiwi, kau ku puja, kau ku kasihi. Tenagaku bahkan pun jiwaku kepadamu rela ku beri, kepadamu rela ku beri.
Kindly reminder, Pak Diki, you 3 minutes left. Your time 3 minutes.
Okay, Indonesia is the beautiful country with the 9th largest forest in the world. And next, Indonesia forest area is 120.5 million hectare. And the other number with the part of the consists of the forest. Next, and the fact the area of Indonesia forest that is still covered by natural forest. This is the important thing. Indonesia forest is still covered by natural forest. Next. Indonesia forest is not only beautiful and using for the lung of the world, but also important for life of Indonesia people. Ladies and gentlemen, as development country, Indonesia still use the sources from the natural resources. And we still need sources of their economic with environment, ethic into environment. It means Indonesia, of course, we still use the forest for living of the people of Indonesia. We still keep but we still keep the commitment about the environment ethic. The government Indonesia with Ministry of Forestry has program as to manage the forest. One of them is especially for energy, to maintenance of sustainability forests, all timber product obligation to follow SPLK program, the timber legality assurance system. It's mean no reason biomass product of Indonesia or wood pellet and wood chip of Indonesia rise the big problem of deforestation, illegal and illegal logging of biomass. This is the message that I need to say to you. Next. Okay, this is you see from the last presentation about spreading of wood pellet industry. Next. This is the unit of wood pellet in Indonesia and how big we already using the forest for the production of wood pellet. Next. Okay, what is your choice for biomass versus climate change? The question is it possible biomass with sources wood from forest working together with keeping of sustainable forests for safe climate change? Is it possible biomass for energy forest program working together with safe topic forests and keep environment ethic? The answer is yes, it's possible. With SPLK program from Indonesia government, we can do it. Next. Yeah, this is SPLK, it's our commitment for sustainability product. Next. Okay, next. Yeah, we control from the plant, from the cutting, from the distribution, from the selling. We all control of that with by the barcode. Okay, I want to tell you, this is the blurry fact of black campaign of NGO. They always say biomass of Indonesia is make deforestation. And they show this photo to all the world. Indonesia deforestation, they make it empty, plant of the tree. I show you the reality. Next. You see, after 1 month, after 6 months, it's already green. After 6 months, after 1 year, after 2 years, it's already forest again. Indonesia is not like European, not like America. Indonesian, like Amazon, like Brazil, is fertilized country. We put the plant and then very fast growing. So no reason if you say Indonesian biomass make deforestation. Next. Okay, next. Okay, we do effort to maintain sustainability. We plan the other plan to reboisation of the forest that we use. Next. Okay, we use the gamal. Gamal is very strong root to keep the soil. So we will keep no erosion from the soil at the forest. Next. Okay, next. Yeah, this is the actually situation right now. Only in it 1 year is already be the forest again. Next. Okay, the fact in Indonesia, after we use the SPLK program, the forestation is going decrease very, very significantly. You can see now in 2022, 2023, only 0.04% deforestation happened in Indonesia. Next. Okay, now the question is, which one that you want to do? Next. Next. Okay, next. Okay, which one that you want to do? Make a children have opportunity school and have the next future, because we use the plantation, we use the forest for the economic of the people. Or you want to keep they are poor as the children, no future in the forest? Which one that you want to do? Next. Which one that you want to do? Import the car from Japan, from European, and make pollution in Indonesia? Or we export wood pellet to make blue sky in your country? Which one that you want to do? Next. Which one the priority to save? You talking about the degradasi habitat. Many animals die or going to another place because of deforestation. Okay, the question is, which one the priority to save? The animals, small animal, or the smiling of the children? Which one the priority for us? Next. Which one that you want to be? Next. Okay, you see. Indonesia give, this is our favorite meal, meatball. We call it bakso. We give bakso at the toilet. It's look not ethic, but we give you food for health. But what happen if you say no deforestation, no biomass, keep the forest? You will look ethic because of sustainability, under name of sustainability, under name of the environment ethic, you look ethic and beautiful but harmful and dangerous for the people of Indonesia.
Mr. Diki, 1
Yes,
minute.
the annex. So what did wood pellet producer of Indonesia? Next. Okay, you see, for the employee, we next very fast because 1 minute only. Okay, you see, because of the biomass that we did and we still keep the sustainability, we already working 3,000 people. It means 12,000, almost 15,000 people can be the future,
Recording
have
stopped.
the future. Yeah, next. Okay, contribution company for economic. You see, Indonesia biomass industry make a contribution for the economic of the country. Next. Okay, what happened of wood pellet industry still continue? If we still continue, yeah, without annoying from the NGO protesting about deforestation, it will be source of green energy for the world. It will be save the future of children. It will be decreasing stunting of the children because many stunting children in the forest area. It will be create smart young generation. It will be make Indonesia the green country. Next, almost finished, Bu. But it need good cooperation and commitment among producer of biomass, the government, and environment NGO to keep sustainability of forests. Next. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Diki, for your enthusiastic presentation and also for the coffee gayo. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now move into the discussion session. So, as the reward for your active participation, we will give 4 beautiful souvenir from Mr. Diki, the beautiful tumbler and umbrella for 4 questions for participants. So I will take 4 questions from the audience. Please raise your hand. Okay. Pak Purwadi ya. Okay, and others? Okay. The gentleman behind. And so we still have 2 souvenir for 2 questions. Oh, the man with the white shirt. And the last one, okay. So you have already. Okay, it's okay. So, Pak Purwadi.
Thank you, Pak Diki. Yes,
Yeah.
thank you, Chair. I'd like to address this both of you. The first for Pak Iwan actually. It is a good idea that ABIS, you represented ABIS, right? How to encourage on the biomass energy plantation instead of you using waste to ensure the sustainable supply in the future. But as we understand that the most bottleneck we're facing today is about the land availability and you raised the issue about the, partnership program to cope the issue. So could you please share with us the challenge to build the partnership with the community? I think it's a critical issue if we are going to scale up the plantation. And the next thing, Pak Diki, it's good presentation. The more bottleneck is about the price and the sustainable wood supply, Pak. Yeah. So what do you think? How we can, ensure the better price, because this is the problem when we are dealing with the biomass plantation investment in Indonesia. And at the same time, we ensure the sustainable wood supply, as I also asked to Pak, how to integrate the two issues so we can scale up, the investment in biomass energy in Indonesia as well. Thank you.
So we just collect all the question first. Okay. And the second one, okay, the man behind.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm from Ghana. So in all of this, you said we. I want to find out what part did the private sector play in achieving all of this in terms of percentages? How did you rope in the private sector and then try and change the culture of the citizens to accept that this is the way forward in terms of sustainability? That is my question.
Thank you, thank you. And the third one, I believe. Yeah, okay.
Hello, good morning. I'm from Belem, and I'm a forestry student. I'm in my doctorate. So I have just one curiosity, if you can. I would like to ask you if you have already tried or a non-wood species or biomass, because here we're studying some of non-wood forest products, and I would like to know if you think it can be possible to use a no-wood plant, like no wood, other type of species that can be used for pellets or other energy function. So that's my question. Thank you.
Just one more question. Oh, but kan dia udah dapat dua ya. Sorry, sir. Since you have already got the first, okay, I give to the lady with the black. Oh, sorry. The lady behind the first one. So sorry. Okay, please. Oh, okay, but you can. He has Gayo coffee for you. Okay, please.
Thank you. Good morning. I have a question for the last speaker. You talked about the similarities of the Amazon rainforest with the Indonesian forest. What do you observe about exchange that the two biomes can benefit from by the chance and the learnings, the two forests and chance and learning about the two forests, Indonesian and Amazon forest. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last one, the ladies.
Thank you. I see very good progress of the Indonesian Wood Palette Association in developing this in the country. Are there regional efforts to try to do this? Are there regional efforts to do this across Southeast Asia? Yours is a national base within the country. I'm curious whether there's regional effort in promoting this and doing it together as a region. Okay, my name is Leong Yuan Yung, UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network.
Yeah, you get the question. I think most of the question dedicated to you. Yeah. Okay, but I invite Pak Diki first or Pak Iwan. Okay, Pak Iwan first to respond Pak Purwadi question and others. Pak Diki and maybe Bu Novi can also respond to those questions.
Okay, thank you, Pak Purwadi. As we understand that the biomass energy plantation is have similar or same resources of land. Yeah, so actually, we need to effectively to combine the existing of plantation that actually in Indonesia we have developed or advanced the plantation forest, but this is for another business. But I think the challenge is how we can combine the existing advanced plantation forest and can product also the biomass energy. And the key of the efficiency is about the range of distance between the source of product and then the off-taker. So if we can map the location of maybe the off-taker, and then we can create the environment surrounding the industry or the steam power plant, something like that, we can create something like landscape approach about the area, and then we can encourage also the community, not only the private sector that hold the forest concession, but also we can encourage the community to plant biomass energy plantation, because the trees can grow in almost everywhere in the country. So if there are benefit from the industry, so maybe the community will have incentive, so they eager to plant the biomass plantation. So the industry will be automatically working in this scenario. I think that's how we can solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Iwan, and maybe Pak Diki to respond Pak Purwadi question.
Okay, thank you, Pak Pur. Yes, this is the classic problem in Indonesia about the price. So can you imagine, we have the biggest palm plantation, but the price controlled by Malaysia. You know, the palm kernel cell is the biggest in the world, is from Indonesia only, but the control price is from Singapore. So what we have to do now? As association, I already make review market, and then we want to make our member using of our price if negotiation with the buyer, so we can control about the price. This is the first. The second one, problem about the wood pellet or palm kernel cell in Argus Media price. We always controlling by foreign country for the price. But actually Indonesia has sustainability certificate like ISPO, but never use it. They use RSPO, they use GGL, they use MPO. This is not make sense actually. We have to make Indonesian standard price. And my planning for the PKS especially to control the price, because now the price from 135 going down to $100 only. This is not make sense actually. But this is because control price from the buyer and then from the trader from the Singapore. So I talk to the government. If government subsidize diesel, biodiesel for the PLN, why they not selling of PKS to PLN and give the incentive also, give the subsidize for the PKS. If the PKS, if the palm kernel cell using for in the country, in domestic, the first, we will reach emission carbon dioxide, and the second one, we can control price at the export, because in the domestic price, we already have good price. This is the answer, Pak.
Okay, thank you. And maybe the Pavillion team can give the souvenir for the first. Okay. Okay. And for other question, please respond, Pak Diki.
Okay. Thank you. Actually, in Indonesia, we do the biomass industry is the forest in the rural area, in the peripheral area, in the poor people area. So if we build industry there, many people there, it will be going up the economic of them. Before they have not working, they don't not have money for the food of the children, for the school of children. This company obligation, I tell you from the government, obligation for the industry of the biomass must be keep control the social responsibility, company responsibility for the people is around of the area. This is that make Indonesia still keep the people happy with this project. Okay? Thank you very much, sir. Please give the souvenir to, thank you, sir, for your question.
To Mr. Ghana. And the third one is the forestry student.
Okay. Indonesia not only have wood pellet from the forest, we also have many agri-waste pellet. Like I told you, we have palm kernel shell. Palm kernel shell is already export 4 million ton to Japan, to Poland, to Europe. We already exported. And the other thing, we have, the name is empty fruit bun pellet. This is also not from the wood. This is from the plantation, from the gardening. So, if you ask this, Indonesia is balancing. Most of the agri-waste pellet that we have, then the wood pellet. So don't worry, no deforestation in Indonesia too big. Okay. Answer it? Okay?
So, yeah.
Thank you.
And for other, please briefly answer, Pak, because the time is end. The lady.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe we have to meet in outside of the event to talking about the exchange of the know each other about the Amazon forest and Indonesian forest. But actually, you know, the issue is very big different. Amazon issue about the forestation is about the co-farming, right? It's about the co-farming. Indonesian issue about the deforestation, about the bioenergy, furniture, something like that. It's very big different. But we have same condition of the rainforest. This is answer for you. Thank you.
And the last one.
Sorry, actually I not really understand your question. Can you repeat again and please you take the coffee here?
Okay, just brief.
You can ask them directly. Yes, what's your question?
So my question is, do you know of regional efforts for Southeast Asia, like what you are doing for Indonesia, doing it as a region beyond a country effort?
Okay. Actually, in Southeast Asia, we have same condition about the for the biomass. We have the we send the resources from the we have same condition. Like Vietnam, they have wood pellet from the industry forest. Indonesia also, and all over of that because Indonesia is still not have problem with the climate change, with the pollution. We export all to Japan, to China, to Korea to make the country is still blue sky. So I think this is answer your question or not? Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
Huh? Okay.
I think the time is already up. The time.
You can ask me in the outside, okay?
You can discuss after this session, okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, we already come to the end of the session. I think I will not make a summarize because our discussion already very active, interactive. But in closing, let us remember the core of message from today. The future of industrial plantation forest is no longer just about wood, but also about creating a carbon neutral energy system, sustainable livelihood, and inclusive economic transformation. And I would like to sincerely thank our keynote speaker, our three panelists. Miss Novia, I hope you still there, Bu Novia.
Yes, I'm here, Ibu, but I'm sorry I
Do
don't
you have
any
any
souvenir to
response?
share.
Yes,
Maybe just a very, yeah, Ibu Fitri,
yeah.
just a brief response. I think to all of the colleagues who asked the questions, I think from the government perspective, since energy security as well as food security is one of our priority program, and I'm sure everyone needs energy. So forest utilization for food and energy security means optimizing forest utilization to support the energy security. And I think I agree with the other presenters, including Pak Diki, that to provide energy from the forest is not only the work or uh, uh, the mandate given to private sector, but I think we can also use the other program like social forestry partnerships to make this energy security program more inclusive, so we can
Okay.
provide more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Inclusive.
thank
And also
you.
the last thing regarding the question on the regional efforts, I think there will be some room for discussion within the ASEAN. It is in the ASEAN because we have ASEAN Working Group on Sustainable Forest Management, or maybe we can also some discussion under the Asian Working Group on social forestry, for example. So I
Okay,
think
okay.
there
Yes.
some rooms for discussion
Thank you, Bu
to
Novia.
talk
Thank
about
you very
energy.
much. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for all the participants, and also it's been my honor to moderate this important discussion. And now I will return the session to our
Okay.
Master of Ceremony.
Thank you. Thank you very
so
much. Big hand of applause for all the panels today. And we have a special merchandise to be given to everybody. Thank you, especially Padiki. Thank you for sharing your high energy and enthusiasm. My hats off to you. I didn't see anybody dozing off and fall asleep. Not because it's still in the morning, but I think it's because of your energy. Thank you very much. And let's have a group photo together.
Thank you, Padiki. Thank you, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the next program we're going to have an MOI, Memorandum of Intent, signed by the government of Indonesia with the government of Norway shortly. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please take a seat. We're going to start promptly.
Take one, one, two, three, E. Mak, naikin lagi mak. Naikin. Ya, udah, ya.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, one of our VIPs have to leave exactly at 11:30 sharp. So I invite everybody to please kindly take a seat. We have to start the program promptly. Thank you. Welcome to Indonesia Pavillion, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today is day 3 of Carbon Connection for Climate Action, strengthening collaboration toward a high integrity carbon governance. This is a great forum aims to foster partnerships, open up opportunities for country, for business, contributing to resilient, sustainable, and prosperous future for the world. Ladies and gentlemen, Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement enables countries to cooperate to achieve their NDCs through the transfer of verified emissions reductions. And this cooperation is to promote cost-efficient decarbonization, technology transfer, and sustainable financing. The mutual expression of interest signed between PT PLN Persero, representing the government of Indonesia, and the Global Green Growth Institute, GGI, as trustee of the Norwegian Carbon Fund, marks the first and the largest bilateral cooperation under Article 6.2. And this MOI is also the first carbon payment for renewable energy projects. To begin with, I invite everyone to please take a look at the next video.
The world is facing unprecedented challenge. Climate change threatens our shared future. Now is the time to act together across nations. Through the Article 6 Climate Action Partnership, Norway and Indonesia strengthen their collaboration to accelerate the clean energy transition, a concrete step toward a green economy and a low-carbon future. As a frontrunner in Indonesia's energy transition, PLN is committed to achieving net zero emissions by 2060. One of its flagship innovations, the floating solar power plant, clean, efficient, and sustainable, harnessing Indonesia's abundant solar and water resources. Beyond technology,
This partnership is an investment in the future. It delivers environmental, social, and economic benefits, empowering communities, driving innovation, and strengthening Indonesia's energy resilience. Norway, Indonesia, and PLN united for a greener world, acting on climate, empowering people, and protecting our planet for generations to come. Together, we build a sustainable future.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to kindly invite the Minister of Environment for Indonesia, His Excellency Hanif Faisal Nurrafiq, to deliver an opening speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellency Mr. Andreas Vigilance, Eriksson, thank you very much. As my soulmate from Norwegia, thank you. Applause for him. Minister of Climate and Environment, Excellency, Head of the Triple GI, thank you very much. Applause from him. Pak Haryadi, thank you. Distinguished guests from Norway, Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I wish to express my appreciation for our close cooperation, which has led to the important outcome of finalizing the draft term sheet for the mitigation outcome forecast agreement atau MOPA and generation-based incentive JBI Programme Rule document. This is actualized by the signing of framework agreement, one milestone to achieve the goal of MOPA signing today between PLN, State Electric Company, and Triple GE, who represent of both of Indonesia and Norway. We view the framework agreement as an important part of strengthening our joint commitment, affirming the serious intent of Indonesia through PLN as the potential seller to join this generation-based initiative program supported by Triple GA as the trustee and which represent NACSA fund under authorized by Norway. However, the term sheet and framework agreement is not the final step. We must immediately translate it into the MOPA and GBI Programme Rule document. To that end, we wish it could be planned and signed up at the end of 2025. Today, we reach a milestone that determines the next achievement for Indonesia-Norway Corporation and propose to the world that we can be a leader in implementing carbon trading through the scheme of Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. For Indonesia, this moment is also very important because Indonesia has proven capable of supporting the achievement of global target for reducing greenhouse gas emission through the implementation of carbon trading under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the further signing of MOPA also proves the strategic achievement of Indonesia bilateral cooperation, which so far has only covered by the nature-based sector, with Norway risk-based contribution to Indonesia regarding the performance of forest management in Indonesia. Norway contribute has been implemented in the RBC first, second, third and fourth program. However, with the signing of MOPA in the future, Indonesia will unlock carbon trading through the technology-based tech-based scheme in the field of renewable energy, especially for the solar cell program in Indonesia for a target 12 million ton of CO2 equivalent. This also proves that Indonesia is able to carry out carbon trading not only from the nature-based solution, but also the technology-based, which has so far been less than balanced in its implementation. The milestone proof Indonesia's commitment to become a global leader as mandated by the Honorable Excellency President Prabowo Subianto to strengthen renewable energy in Indonesia through multi-sector carbon trading, one of which is proof that bilateral cooperation is effective in supporting the achievement of global climate change target. We are confident this commitment can better ensure that it's aligned with our national priority and it can be accelerated on the program with a direct on-the-ground impact, serve as a proof of the concrete benefit of our Article 6.2 Corporation. Designing marks one of the first Article 6.2 implementation in the works. Once again, we would like to express our gratitude and highly appreciation for the Indonesia-Norway Corporation, which has been running very well so far, and we still hope that we will continue to increase the commitment for the mutual benefit that we will achieve in the future. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Your Excellency. For the next remarks, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Andreas Bjelland Eriksen. He is the Minister of Climate and Environment of Norway.
My dear friend, Minister Hanif, dear Excellencies, the partnership between Indonesia and Norway in the space of climate cooperation is a long-standing one, and it's one of our proudest partnerships. Together in the space of tropical rainforest protection, we have shown what it's possible to achieve together. And I'm now very, very glad that we extend this partnership also to showing how we can together utilize Article 6 to speed up the energy transition, the achievements under the Paris Agreement for the better of everyone. Therefore, I am very delighted that we now have been able to reach alignment on the main terms for a purchase agreement for one of the largest programs under Article 6
Recording
today.
in progress.
We should not underestimate the significance of the accomplishments we now achieve together. Not only because of the substantial emission reductions that the program can deliver, but also because it can contribute internationally, globally, to develop and operationalize the Article 6 market. Norway and Indonesia, we are brought together by a common commitment to accelerate the deployment of renewable energy and to curb future greenhouse gas emissions. Under this context, I'm particularly pleased that we signed the bilateral agreement earlier this year. It enables cooperation under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement and strengthens the international market for carbon credits. Now, dear Minister Hanif, we have taken it one step further. But as government, we have also taken a small step back, because today it will be our excellent friends from PLN and as the potential aggregator, and from the GGGI as trustee for our carbon fund, who will sign the mutual expression of intent. The Norwegian Global Emission Reduction Initiative, backed by an authorization to enter into contracts worth up to $800 million that we now also have proposed to Parliament to increase to $1.5 billion, seeks to reduce emissions through strategic cooperation with partner countries. By leveraging the carbon trading mechanism under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, we see a significant opportunity to accelerate the deployment of renewable energy in Indonesia for the better of the world, for the climate, but also for our friends and the people in Indonesia. Our preliminary estimates from the program in Indonesia linked to credits from floating solar power plants suggest it could generate around 12 million tons of emissions reductions. With a price structure tied to financial viability gap, the overall transaction could be in the hundreds of millions of US dollars over a 10-year period. Our experience from CDM under the Kyoto Protocol indicate that we should expect that these volumes can generate private investments of around 5 to 10 times the value of carbon revenue. And this is exactly what we want to do together, to utilize public funding in a smart way that generates private investments and opportunities. For Norway, we hope that the successful implementation of this program is only the start, something that can pave the way for expanding cooperation to other technologies as well, such as wind, geothermal, and pumped hydro. And we believe that this first program can demonstrate that Indonesia is ready for such initiatives and has the capacity to scale them up. This will send a strong signal to the private sector and other governments who are looking to scale up their engagements under the Article 6. Moving forward, we cannot afford to rest on our laurels and must continue our joint efforts to conclude the purchase agreement, ideally before the end of the year. All parties involved are charting new territory, and I want to express my sincere appreciation for the flexibility and openness from both our teams to new approaches that have been demonstrated throughout this process. If we're able to reach meaningful progress on the purchase agreement in the coming weeks, I would be delighted to invite my great friend, Mr. Hanif, to a signing ceremony in Oslo later this year. Thank you so much to both the PLN and to the GGGI and our Indonesian friends. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I kindly invite you to please remain on the stage to witness the signing. I also kindly invite back His Excellency Bapak Minister Hanif to also please be on the stage. I would like to call upon the signing parties to the stage, signing representatives from PLN, Director of Technology, Engineering and Sustainability, Mr. Evi Haryadi. Signing representatives from Triple GI, Executive Director, Mr. Sang Hyuk Kim. And the document that about to be signed is a mutual expression of intent to negotiate a mitigation outcome purchase agreement on generation-based incentives scheme between Indonesia and Norway. This memorandum sets out the intent, coordination, mechanisms, and the next steps to maintain transparency and collective prosperity, especially a just energy transition for all. Please, signatories, you may proceed with signing the document. And once the document signed, please show it to the camera as it is well signed. So this collaboration positions Indonesia as a leader in high-integrity carbon markets and a pioneer in applying multi-strategy to achieve sustainable goals. For Norway, it reinforces its commitment to raise climate ambition through the use of the carbon market and to catalyze energy transition through scale policy approaches trading. Congratulations all dignitaries, all signing parties. You may return to your seat when you're ready. The Indonesia-Norway Article 6 Mutual Expression of Interest signing establishes another pivotal milestone being reached in the journey to opening up a credible carbon market. Further work will follow to ensure robust and transparent project design is set in place and verified to the highest standards. I proudly announce we have successfully concluded the signing of MOI between Indonesia and Norway. Thank you, Your Excellencies. We're truly honored with your presence. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your participations and support for this momentous occasions. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next agenda. Please kindly take a seat. We still have a lineup of programs for you.
entry into the global carbon market under Article 6, but also reinforce our broader commitment to climate action through voluntary initiative driven by national entities. In this regard, PLN stands at the forefront, actively developing voluntary carbon cooperation, including today's partnership with Carbon EX Incorporated, which embody our dedication to accelerating the energy transition and supporting global decarbonization efforts. Today marks not only the beginning of partnership between two institutions, but also the start of the new chapter in our shared mission to advance green energy transformation and global carbon market collaboration. As Indonesia's state-owned electricity company, PLN carries the responsibility to provide reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy for more than 280 million people across our archipelago. This mission is deeply tied to our commitment to energy transition, moving toward a cleaner, greener, and more resilient energy system. On the other hand, Carbon X brings global expertise as a platform provider for carbon and emission credit trading, connection developers, sellers, traders, and buyers in the international carbon ecosystem. Our collaboration today reflects a shared vision to accelerate the adoption of green attributes, including renewable energy certificates and carbon offset in Indonesia and beyond. This MOU comes at a crucial time. The world is moving decisively toward net zero emission, and Indonesia is no exception. PLN has committed to achieving net zero emission by 2060, aligning with national goals and the Paris Agreement. To reach this ambition, collaboration is not optional, it's essential. Through this partnership, PLN and Carbon EX will work together to build a global platform for the development and trading of RECs and carbon offset, enabling the adoption of low-carbon technology across industry. This cooperation is also part of PLN Beyond kilowatt-hour strategy, expanding our business portfolio beyond traditional electricity supply into new high-value sectors such as green attribute and carbon market. It also strengthens PLN position as regional leaders in renewable energy and sustainable solutions. Through this partnership, PLN and Carbon EX aim to expand and accelerate the adoption of green attribute in Indonesian international market, particularly in Japan, by leveraging both party expertise in renewable energy and carbon trading. Second is develop a robust commercial framework and also business model that support transparent, scalable, and profitable carbon market mechanism. The third one is foster cross-border collaboration by utilizing the Mutual Recognition Agreement, or MRA, with Japan, enabling Indonesian and Japanese companies to exchange and trade credible carbon and renewable energy products. And fourth, strengthen human capacity through joint program, knowledge exchange, and market intelligence to enhance the management of green attributes. This partnership is not only about business, it's about building trust, transparency, and collaboration in achieving our collective climate goals. Our collaboration will move forward through a structured roadmap. First is November 2025, with signing of the MOU, making the official start of our cooperation. And next, quarter 4 2025 is the pace for development of the market framework and business model for the green attribute. And we hope in 2026 we can commencement of international trading for RICs and also carbon offset. This timeline demonstrates our determination to turn strategy into action and a commitment into impact. Ladies and gentlemen, the partnership is more than a bilateral agreement. It's a symbol of innovation and leadership from the global sought. Through this collaboration, we aim to show that Indonesia can lead in the regional and global carbon market by promising integrity, inclusivity, and also transparency. It's also reinforced PLN broader transformation journey from a traditional electricity utility into a sustainable energy cooperation that enables the nation green economy. By embracing partnership like this, we turn our sustainability vision into measurable outcome, cleaner air, lower emission, and more resilient future for generations to come. Before closing, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Carbon EX for its trust and partnership. We are confident that together we can unlock new opportunities for both nations, Indonesia and Japan, and contribute meaningfully to global climate action. To all our colleagues and partners present here today, thank you for your continued support and collaboration. Let us move forward together, from commitment to concrete implementation, from ambition to action. Together, let's illuminate the path toward a greener, cleaner, and more sustainable future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Haryadi. Please remain on the stage, and if possible, make a few steps towards the central stage, as you're going to be the witness for this signing moment. So the signing of the MOU will be conducted by the Executive Vice President of Corporate Business Development and Investment of PLN, Bapak Abdan Hanif Satria, with CEO of Carbon EX Japan, Mr. Sunsuke Takeda. And since not all signatories could be present, the signing is carried out virtually through the next pre-recorded video. So ladies and gentlemen, we are presenting to you the signing MOU between PT PLN Persero and Carbon EX regarding collaboration for international green attribute business development. Let's give support to this MOU signing with a big round of applause. Okay, Pak Haryadi, you may return to your seat. Thank you very much. Okay, I think, we're not done yet, sorry. Next agenda, we will proceed with project presentation featuring 2 speakers. They will be presenting online, and each one of them is allocated 5 to 10 minutes time to introduce the project. Being the first speaker, he is the Executive VP of Corporate Business Development and Investment of PLN, Bapak Abdan Hanif Satria. Oh, he's actually live online with us.
Yes, I do. Okay, I hope my voice can be clearly heard by everybody in the room and also people in the Zoom. Maybe I need to wait for the response. Is my voice can be heard clearly?
Yes. Yes, Pak, we can hear.
Okay. Okay, excellent. So thank you. A good evening or maybe good afternoon for everybody in the room. Good evening for everybody in Indonesia today. So in this excellent opportunity, I would like to present to all people here about the approach of PLN other than the upstream. We're going to also talk about the downstream. What I mean about that downstream is about the green electricity that we're going to produce from the new asset that we are going to build from our REPTL. So the green attributes products, if I may, can I just share my own screen if you allow me to?
I apologize for.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So
Okay, no problem.
You can continue, Pak.
Okay, I continue.
We
Okay,
could
maybe
hear
next
you
slide.
well. Can we? Do we have a
yeah.
problem listening?
No.
Okay, you may proceed. Thank you.
Okay. So I can share my screen now. Okay. Okay, I hope everything is fine here. So we're going to see that green electrons and also carbon credits are Indonesia's opportunity to lead the transition towards a sustainable economy and a greener future. And we indeed want to be the leader, not only in the regional scale, but also global leader by providing ample green electrons and also all the facility related to the sustainable targets that probably needed by our future customers. So if we see the situation in Indonesia today, yes, we still dominated by fossil fuel, but for the next 10 years, we're going to have a very significant shifts from fossil-based electricity system to renewable-based electricity system. So we're going to build from 60, almost 70 new additional capacity of power generation, 52 gigawatts, or around 71% from those number is coming from renewable technology related. So this will also coming with the opportunity of electricity, green electricity that will be produced by these new assets. So from the 52,000 megawatts or 52 gigawatts of electricity, we can expect to have the in total, if we calculate the 10 years span, of course, the number or the amount of the electricity produced is going to be more than 10 years because the economic lifetime of the asset should be more than 10 years. But if we just only count 10 years period, we can offer more than 1,000 terawatt hours of green electricity potential can be secured by the future buyer of green electricity of Indonesia, and we can offer stable, high integrity green attributes for available corporate customers that can drive them or accelerate our customer to hit their net zero emission target. So we can help, we can assist a company to lock in long-term decarbonization with two flagship green attributes. We have the carbon credits. We call it SPE GRK in Indonesia terms. And we also have the green energy as a service from our renewable energy project to hedge against price and volume risk. So PLN is committed to accelerate green investment through its green energy as a service offering, including renewable energy certificates and also dedicated green energy sources. So we understand there is some, people might see Indonesia as a traditional country in terms of electricity industry sectors. Yes, we are, vertically integrated, but it doesn't hinder us to give our customer a credible green energy sources. So we can actually dedicate green energy sources to meet industrial renewable demand credibility. And of course, as we understand also some of the customers needed the additionality scheme, we can also pick some of the project that we have in our pipelines so that they can contribute or they can hedge the future green electron produced by our future assets. So the green energy as a service from PLN provide benefits customer based on parameters of claim, impact, and also physical consumption, which can be used to reduce COP2 GHG emissions as evidenced by the renewable certificate and also the cooperation agreement or dedicated source. So yeah, it's like you already mark the electricity from a certain renewable energy assets. So other than that, PLN also at the moment already have some of the renewable energy certificate in our produced from our renewable assets, with the total annual production reach 4.7 terawatt hours from the power plant of total capacity 1.5 gigawatts. So this one probably for some of the customers not too attractive, because this is coming from existing asset or maybe old asset, but it still can probably meet some of the company that probably just fine for them to get the renewable energy certificate from the current asset. And also PLN launched a renewable energy project for the emission reduction from the Gunung Wugu hydropower plant, which is used for carbon credit trading. And we believe that the carbon credits coming from renewable asset is much more attractive compared to that coming from gas, for instance. And it's actually proved by the market. Okay, and we also offer a forward offtake opportunity for 3 gold standard registered project with an available volume of approximately 1.6 megaton CO2 equivalent from ground-mounted PV plus battery system in the IKN Nusantara capital, and also hydropower from Asahan 3 with a capacity of 2 times 87 megawatts, and also hydropower from Jati Gede with a total capacity of 2 times 55 megawatts. And we also have the plan to soon launch the 1 gigawatt package of the project, which giving offering to our customer a portfolio of renewable energy sources that can be allocated to support long-term decarbonization target through stable partnership-based green power supply. So as you can see, this is mainly located in the western of Indonesia. And we also can enable companies to secure short to long-term offtake of PLN green attributes from credible and green project. We can probably have 3 categories. You can pick either spot, forward offtake, or also stream. We can talk about this in a more detailed fashion if we need. You can contact us. And also we're ready to partner with everybody that need to unlock new value in your business and provide clean power to also help our customer reach their net zero targets. And we already have some partnership with some credible partners to support our new business model. Not only offers the upstream business of PLN in building new renewable asset, but also try to offer the future green electrons that we will produce from our projects. Okay, thank you. PLN is ready to be your trusted partner on your decarbonization journey, secure carbon credit, green supply, predictable costs, and also credible claims. Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak Abdan Hanif Satria. And for the upcoming presentation, please welcome the President Director of EMI, Bapak Henry Firdaus.
Okay, good day everyone. Can everybody hear my voice?
Yes, clear, Pak.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Henry Firdaus. I'm the CEO of PLN Energy Management Indonesia, or PLN EMI, a subsidiary company of PLN Holding Group. Today, I'll be presenting you in our role in managing PLN Group's carbon projects and green instrument. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. Since 1987, PLN EMI has been at the forefront of the energy efficiency and sustainability effort in Indonesia. After becoming part of PLN Group in 2021, our mandate expanded to include managing all green attributes and carbon economic values within the group. Our mission is simple: empowering sustainable energy for a greener future. Next, please. Okay, PLN EMI provides a comprehensive range of solutions covering four major pillars. The first one is energy management, and the second one is green attribute, carbon credit issuance and trading, and also renewable energy certificate issuance and trading. The 4 and 5 is about environmental management and the consulting sustainability consulting. Next, please. So this is our service of the PLN EMI. This includes energy audit, the ISO 5001 certification, green building concepts, sustainability reporting, and environmental management. Through these integrated services, PLN EMI not only helps industries save energy and costs, but also actively contributes to Indonesia climate change mitigation. Next. One of our key focuses in managing green attribute products, notably for renewable energy certificate or REC, and sertifikat pengurangan energi emisi gas rumah kaca, or we call it SPE-GRK, known internationally as carbon credits. While the renewable energy certificate or REC are used to address Scope 2 emissions for electricity consumption by allowing business to claim renewable energy use. Meanwhile, the SPE-GRK compensate for the Scope 1 and 3 emission from direct operation and supporting activities such as business travel. Next, please. So through this instrument, companies can accelerate their decarbonization journey with transparency and credibility. PLN EMI itself has been embarking to its carbon neutral journey by utilizing PLN's carbon credits. Next. So our first feature project is already mentioned by Mr. Abdan, is the PLTGU Muara Karang Block 3, the first LNG fuel power plant in Indonesia, utilizing advanced Mitsubishi gas turbine technology. With efficiency reaching 60.7%, this plant demonstrates how cleaner fuel and low NOx burner can significantly reduce emission while maintaining reliable power supply for Jakarta. Next. As mentioned before, next we have the PLTM Gunung Gugul, a run-of-river mini hydropower plant in Central Java, operating since 2021. It produced around 14.8 gigawatt of clean electricity per year and offsets roughly 12,900 tons of CO2 annually, supporting rural electrification while reducing dependence of the fossil power. Okay, next. The PLTGU Priok Block 4 in North Jakarta introduced cutting-edge gas turbine technology with 50% efficiency. This plant supports the Jamali electricity or Jawa, Madura, and Bali system and cuts emissions substantially compared to conventional gas turbines, improving both air quality and energy reliability. Next, please. This is the PLTGU Grati Block 2 in East Java, a conversion from a single cycle to a combined cycle technology, increased generation capacity by almost 200 megawatt and improved efficiency from 24 to 39%. This project exemplifies how technology upgrade can achieve major emission reduction while meeting growing electricity demand. Next, please. Next. Okay. As the same as before, the Muara Tower Block 2 conversion project at 150 megawatt of capacity while reducing carbon intensity from 0.68 to 0.43 tons CO2 per megawatt hour. This is demonstrate that PLN commitment to cleaner and more efficient power generated across Java. Next, please. While in North Sumatra, the PLTMG Sumbagut 2 Picker 250 megawatt project meet increasingly regionally electricity demand while utilizing natural gas, one of a cleaner transition fuel, and it is contribute nearly 134,000 tons of CO2 emission reduction annually and strengthen the Sumatra grid. Next. As already mentioned before from Mr. Abdan, one of the new highlight PLN renewable portfolio is the 50 megawatt solar panel plant for Indonesia New Capital City, the Nusantara or IKN. In partnership with Semcorp, this facility produces over 92 gigawatt of green electricity annually, equivalent to avoiding 102,000 tons of CO2 each year, and includes a battery energy storage system to ensure a stable, clean, and energy supply. Next. In West Java, we have the PLTA Jati Gede. It is a 110 megawatt hydroelectric project that generates nearly 393 gigawatt per year. Using regulated pond system, it balances electricity generation with irrigation and raw water needs, showing the harmony between energy and environmental stewardship. Next. The last one, finally, is the PLTA Asahan 3 in North Sumatra at a 174 megawatt of hydropower capacity and produce 1.2 terawatt hour of clean energy annually. By reusing discharged water from the Tangga hydro plant, it boosts the Sumbagut grids or Sumatra Utara grids reserve margin and prevent over 1.1 million tons of CO2 each year. Next. Okay, we finally come in conclusion. In summary, PLN EMI is proud to manage 9 active and pipeline carbon projects across Indonesia, ranging from hydro and solar efficiency based on base gas inversion. Together, they represent a vital step in Indonesia's pathway toward a net zero future. We invite partners, clients, and stakeholders to collaborate with PLN EMI in realizing a greener and more sustainable Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Pa Henry, for the presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, should you have any queries or anything you want to confirm in relation to the project presentation, I will let you know how to approach them at the end of the program. So, I guess one segment of project presentation is done, which marks significant milestones for all in advancing green business initiatives. Thank you, Pa Haryadi. Kudos to all PLN team. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much and enjoy your time around. We're going to move on to the next one. We want to present to you a project from the waste sector. So it's Indonesian SOE within the agro-industry sector, focusing in palm oil and tea plantation. It's PT Perkebunan Nusantara 4, or commonly known as PTPN. Please welcome Reina Hakim Hironima, VP Green Energy Business Development PT Perkebunan Nusantara 4, who is joining virtually.
Yeah, thank you.
And we're trying to build a connection so we can see her on the screen.
Okay, thank
and
you.
if you could hear me, Ibu Reina.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, very well. Please.
Okay, have a good day, everyone. It's been an honor for me to give you all the explanations about PAMCO, carbon trading, sustainable palm oil, sustainable futures. So first of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Reina. I'm a Vice President of Green Energy Business Development in PT Perkebunan Nusantara 4. Next, let's take a look about our PTPN group structure. So PT Perkebunan Nusantara 3 as our holdings, and we, PT Perkebunan Nusantara 4, are identified as a PAMCO. We are managed palm oil as our core commodity. Next. So as one of the leading players in agribusiness sectors, overseeing 18,000 hectares of planted area, Palm cultivated are distributed across several islands in Indonesia, from Sumatra to Sulawesi. So beyond, in terms of area and commodity, beyond palm oil, PAMCO also manages rubber, coffee, and tea plantations with total of 75 palm oil mills. We also align to the 3 priority program of national strategic projects, which are one is the downstream of the food sector, 2 accelerating renewable energy development, 3 and rejuvenation of the smallholders. Next slide, please. So to inform all of you, the palm oil business process is starting with the harvesting and planting, and then transporting the fruit branches to the palm oil mills. So this is kind of the intermezzo of 1 ton of CO2 equivalents into everyday terms for us at PAMCO. So based on our internal study and external verifications, 1 ton of CO2 equivalent is roughly the same as a 49 truck transporting the FFB traveling to the palm oil mills over the 10 kilometers. Or the biggest impact is 6.5 cubic meters of POME if it releases methane to the atmosphere. So next slide. Now let's look about the PAMCO greenhouse gas emissions profile in 2024. So our total emissions based on the GHG calculator to about 1.2 million tons of CO2 equivalents. These emissions are grouped under scope 1, 2, and 3, reflecting both direct and indirect sources. Starting with the scope 1s, with direct emissions, with the biggest contribution is from the fugitive emissions. With the contributions, it's about the 47%. And also the second contribution comes from the fertilizer use contributions, or around 20%. Now let's talk about the scope 2 is indirect emissions. This comes mainly from the purchased electricity from the PLNs, with the contribution is about the 14% of our total emissions. When we consult about the scope 1, 2, and 3, PAMCO total operations emissions reach approximately about 1.25 million tons of CO2 equivalents. So this kind of our adjustments, the potential from the land use change, and forestry as our carbon sinks, PAMCO sequesters around 2.3 million tons of CO2 equivalents, resulting in a net balance of minus 1 million tons of CO2 equivalents. Next. Looking ahead, PAMCO is firmly committed to advancing its sustainability initiative as a part of our long-term growth strategy. First, we have a potential to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by more than 54%, exceeding the Indonesia's national target under the NDC by 2030. Second, we ensure 100% sustainability certifications in 2029. Then third, we are maximizing the circular economy, converting waste into value through biogas and compressed biomethane gas projects, scaling from 11 units today to 46 units by 2029. Four, we're working to improve our ESG ratings. To inform you, but we already have a ESG rating in 2024 with a score of 55 by S&P Global. So this is kind of our implementation for the next improving the ESG rating with strong efficiency in energy and water use. And finally, we're exploring the green business opportunity, entering the carbon trading, and also biofuel potential, such as a sustainable aviation fuel, biodiesel, and also biomass energy. Next slide, please. So how do PAMCO maximizing the potential of the circular economy? So this kind of the shifting business model. So PAMCO is shifting from a linear model to a circular model where waste become a value. So this kind of moving from us to explore the green energy business, and then we have exploring about the bioethanol business, biodiesel, sustainable efficient fuel, biopellet, biochar, biogas covering, and then compressed biomethane gas, and also carbon trading. So biodiesel, sustainable efficient fuel, and compressed biomethane gas is kind of our priority projects in 2025. Next slide, please. Okay, this is about the PAMCO decarbonization roadmap with the project kind of the biogas coverings, biogas, and then also compressed biomethane gas and also the biomass energy. So PTPN aims to reduce the emissions by 55% compared to the PAMCO business as usual emissions higher than Indonesia target by 2030. Next slide, please. Okay, this is a carbon certificate achievement from us. So in April 2025, PAMCO received the SPE GRK from the Lubuk Dalam Biogas Covering Project in Riau from the Ministry of Environment of the Republic of Indonesia with the claimed carbon emissions volume of the 30,000 tons of CO2 equivalents. So PAMCO becomes the Indonesian's first plantation company certified with the SPE GRK and a fourth highest carbon seller on IDX carbons. So next projects from our carbon trading programs is biogas electricity in Pasir Mandoge, Simalungun, Sumatera Utara, and also the biogas covering Seitapung in Riau. Next slide, please. So this is a PAMCO carbon trading mechanism. So we do also the negotiate trading with our supervisory is IDX Carbon and OJK, and do also do the retail market with our affiliations is KPBNs. So all of you can scan the barcode and also click the links. So all of you can see our carbon trading in the retail markets. Okay, next slide, please. So we invite you to collaborate to us and also participate as a bidder for our carbon emissions reduction certificates.
Thank you,
So
Ibu.
this is, yeah.
Do you still have anything to say? Sorry, I thought you're done.
Okay, it's enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you also for staying up awake at this hour. I know it's FYI 10 o'clock p.m. in Indonesia, in Jakarta, where she is. So if you have interest in the project that's being presented, please don't hesitate to let us know, and I will tell you how to approach her at the end of the program later. Okay, so next we want to expose a few pipeline projects from the Folu sector. So for the next, I think, we have a video actually. We have a video from Ibu Reina from the previous project through the screen, through the pre-recorded video. Let's follow.
The world is striving for net zero. As a key player in the global palm oil industry, PAMCO is committed to driving this change through high-integrity carbon actions. We don't just produce, we transform. We're proud to showcase our pioneering carbon reduction project centered on sustainable waste management and renewable energy. Our project focuses on capturing methane gas, a potent greenhouse gas released from palm oil mill effluent. Located strategically in key operational areas like Riau and North Sumatra, we utilize advanced biogas capture and utilization technology. This proven methodology converts the waste gas into clean, usable biogas or biomethane for power generation and other energy needs. The results are clear. We've achieved significant greenhouse gas emission reduction volumes, validated by the Indonesian government. PAMCO is the first state-owned plantation company to secure a certificate of greenhouse gas emission reduction from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. This rigorous process confirms the quantity and quality of our carbon credits, providing absolute assurance to investors regarding the integrity and environmental impact of every credit generated. We are committed to transparency and high standards. our carbon project delivers more than just reduced emissions. Environmentally, it drastically cleans up industrial waste. Socially and economically, it's a powerful catalyst. By building and operating these facilities, we're creating sustainable green job from engineering to plant operation, fostering new skills and economic growth in local communities, truly integrating our operations with the well-being of the people. POMCO is fully prepared to support the growing carbon market. As an entity already listed on the IDX Carbon Exchange, we offer a ready and reliable supply of certified carbon credits for both domestic and international markets. Our scale and commitment ensure a stable partnership for buyers and investors looking to meet their net zero targets with verified high-quality Indonesian credits. POMCO, accelerating net zero achievement.
Okay, just I mentioned earlier, we have another pipeline project, and it's from the Folu sector. For the next 10-15 minutes, I will hand it over to our environmental and sustainable strategic partner from DASA Group. Please welcome the President Director, Sylvia Andela.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear my voice, all right? Okay. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sylviana. I am the President Director of DASA Corp, and I'm so excited to be here in person, because when we talk about carbon project, especially in nature-based solution, it's really important for us to really understand what it's all about. So when we talk about the carbon project, especially in nature-based solution, it's all about creating an impact toward the community, impact toward the environment, the biodiversity. So I think let's start from there, because by saying that a carbon project needs to be transparent, it needs to be truthful, and sustainable. So next, can we have a next slide? Okay, so basically DASA was formed by a team with an expert in we have direct experience in developing a carbon project, an REDD Plus project located in Seruyan, Central Kalimantan. So our team managed to bring this project to get 5-time triple gold, as well as all the 17 SDGs. So by saying that, I think we can say that, yes, we can do that. By doing it right, we can achieve one of the best and high integrity carbon project. Okay, we can go to the next slide, please. Next. So basically, DASA was founded in 2023. Yes, we are new. We are only 2 years, but we have on-the-ground experience for more than 10 years. And because of our experience, we understand that, like I said before, transparency, truthfulness, and a real-time monitoring is really, really important. So we're excited to show you guys that actually DASA is building an MRV system, which is called Sakala, which means measurable, because it is an integrated field operation. And what it's for is so that we can have a verified, transparent, and accountable project. So I think because the time is really limited, we can go to the next slide. So these are the 3 founders of DASA. We have over here, coming with us as well, Mas Aji. He's our technical director. So again, we are more than happy to talk to you guys in person when one talk about a carbon project, about our pipeline. More than happy to talk to you guys in person. But again, we can go to the next slide. I think it's just briefly something that I really proudly say that we have an off-taker of 2.5 million VCU starting annually from 2026. So next. This is the exciting part. Again, because of the limited time, let's just talk about the project pipeline. Next slide, please. Actually, we have more than 10 project pipeline, I'm sorry. But I think we just only show a couple, so we can go to the next one. Okay, this is something that we're really excited about. So for this project, we call it Kemuning project, but actually the name of the project is called Jaga Planet. The total area is about 55,000 hectares located in West Kalimantan in Kapuas Hulu. Why I'm saying that it is so excited? Because we are actually working together with an oil and gas company of Japan called Inpex and also Sustainacraft. So we're actually building methodology for a JCM. So this is really, really exciting time for us. So the project type will use REDD, WRC, and ARR, and it is a pit soil. As we all know, pit soil is the sexiest thing right now. So yes, next. Oh, this is another project that I'm really, really proud of and really excited because this is the project that we're gonna build from A to Z. The project owner really trusts us to build a high integrated carbon project. This project is located in South Sumatra with a location of 10,000 hectares. Again, the project type is REDD, WRC, and ARR. And for the next two slides, maybe we can move a little bit faster. This one and then the one after that is a bit different because the first one is peatland, this one is peatland and also mangrove, and all located in South Sumatra. So yes, we can go to the next slide. Okay, the Rosella project. Rosella project is actually located in Central Kalimantan in Seruyan district with a location area about almost 37,000 hectares. And my team and I have a very good understanding of this project and we are really, really excited for this. And right now we are actually doing re-baseline. So yes, we can go to the next one. Again, for the past 2 years, DASA has counted about, now it's actually maybe more, 203.77, as you can see over here, ton of carbon CO2 equivalent with a total area of 851, 454, and 43 hectares. This is really something we are really, really proud of because as a team, this is a big deal for us and we are doing this using ARR, REDD, IFM, and WRC. So yes, we can move to the next slide. Again, the one that DASA team is really proud of because we are actually building something new. We can say that we are making something from a joint collaboration between DASA, Jaga Planet, Sustainacraft, and also Inpex. But all of it will not be possible without the support of the government. So I can humbly state that we need the support from both Indonesian and the Japanese governments. So yes, we can go to the next one. I think this is just a brief introduction, not a brief introduction, but what we've done, and I think we can just move quite fast on this. So we did pre-feasibility, feasibility study, and also to the next one, please. Management system operation, this is also something that DASA is actually doing, and also to the next one. We also do ESG consultation as well. Next slide, please. Training and facilitation, and also there's a media. Because we find that when we talk about carbon project, especially a nature-based solution, not many people really understand about what it's all about. So having to voice it out is really important, and that's why we have a podcast. So maybe when you have time, you can look at our YouTube channel. You can look at us in our YouTube channel. So this is something that we are also very excited because we also have a collaboration with Gajah Mada University. Because what we found out is that when we talk about carbon project, especially nature-based, we're gonna have a shortage of talent. There will be a lot of carbon project in Indonesia, but how about the human resource? And we DASA, we understand and we believe that it is something that is needed. So that is why we collaborate with one of the best university in Indonesia, which is Gajah Mada University. Next. So okay, next we'll be introducing about who in DASA, the team of DASA. But I think before really end it with showing you guys with our team, I really want to say something. I know this is Indonesian. I really want to say bersama menjaga untuk dijaga. Because why? In English it say, let us work together. Let us collaborate to take care of this earth. Because why? because the earth is already taken care of us in the first place. So, okay, next we can show all the team that I'm really proud of. Next. So, that will be the end of my presentation, and I will show you the video of DASA. Thank you so much for the time. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Okay, congratulations, DASA and other green projects that's just been presented. So should you have any questions, queries, and want to follow up about all of them, please, you can scan the QR code that's going to be on the screen in a short while. So there will be a lot of projects that you can select from. So you just tick one of them and you will get the appointment, and or somebody will follow up with you. Is there any? Okay. Another thing I have to announce is, if you need to have the access on high quality carbon products that's being traded in the secondary market through the IDX Carbon, you can also scan the following code. So basically, if you register today, today, you will get the appointment tomorrow between 1 to 3 p.m. Brazil time. So that's for the coaching clinic on the left side, on your left side, and the right side will be for the expression of interest of any projects that's being presented or going to be presented in the next following days. Okay? And one more thing, if you need to take it to another level, you think it's very, very interesting and excited, and you need like a space to follow up with the project developer or the proponent or the owner, we can arrange a room for you. What you need to do is just come and approach one of our staff or myself. I will try to get the appointment done for you. I think that's it for the day. Are we all clear? I think it's all good. Okay, let's conclude the session. Carbon Connection for Climate Action, seller meets buyer, strengthening collaboration towards a high integrity carbon governance. Please be mindful, tomorrow is a day off, not for the pavilion, but just for this specific session. We're going to replace it with another equally exciting forum, which is worth to look into. So I guess I'll see you around. And I think that's it for the day. That's it for now, at least. And I invite you, if you want any snacks, coffees, or teas, we have it provided for you at the registration. We'll see you again. Thank you.
Cek, 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 cek. Cek, 1, 2, cek. Oke? Oke. Cek, cek, cek. Cek, 1, 2.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you and welcome to Indonesia Pavilion. I'm so happy to see some familiar faces and meeting some new friends to talk about how to build a sustainable financing for biodiversity conservation. But before we go into that, I would like to ask the audience a question, just a simple one. What is the triple planetary crisis? And if you are able to answer that, I have a special tumbler to give you. And if you don't mind, Mbak Nia, it's right next to you. Can you show to the audience what it looks like? So this is the tumbler. If you could answer, this is for our... Okay, it's not from our pavilion. This specific question is only for our international audience. I'm not trying to be discriminating, but I really need to test them out, okay? Okay, so one, what is the first one, sir? Pollution. Your answer is pollution. Okay, one of our staff will give it to you. No, you only get one, sorry. If you want to answer it all, but you still, we give the opportunity to other audience. Anybody? Yes, you first? Biodiversity loss? Is it right? I don't know the answer. I have to check with them. Yes, okay. What's the last one? Climate change. All correct? Okay, 1, 2, 3. One of our staff will approach you and will give it to you. Thank you very much. So, with that, thank you. Planetary crisis consists of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. And of course, the over-exploitation of natural resources, they're all risk and threat to our mega biodiversity. So the effective conservation program is inevitable. But that long-term biodiversity conservation program requires sustainable and adequate of financing. Before we get deeper into that, allow me to invite our keynote speaker. He's the Assistant Director for Electricity and Biology Development from the Coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs, Republic of Indonesia. Please welcome Bapak Sunandar.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Before we begin, I would like to extend our sincere apologies as Mr. Deputy is unable to join us today due to unforeseen circumstances. With his kind permission, I am Sunandar, Assistant Deputy for Electricity and Geology Development, will deliver his keynote speech on his behalf. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to extend our warmest welcome to all speakers. Mr. Ruanda Agung Sugardiman, Indonesia Expert Advisory Council for Polu Netting 2030, Mr. Nur Ali Wardoyo, Senior Advisor to the Minister for Biodiversity and Socio-Cultural Resources Conservation, Ministry of Environment, Mrs. Endah Tri Kurniawati, Director of Fundraising and Development, BPDLH, Ms. Valerie Hinki, World Bank Global Director for Climate, Mr. Dan Jarin, Executive Director Forest and Climate Change, Wildlife Conservation Society. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and welcome to Indonesia Pavilion COP30 Belem, Brasil. It is an honor to be here today at this dialogue session on sustainable financing for the biodiversity conservation, hosted by the Indonesia Pavilion at COP30. Allow me to extend my appreciation to the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Forestry, the Environmental Fund Management, BPDLH, and our partners from the Wildlife Conservation Society for convening this important discussion. Standing here in Belem, surrounded by the world's largest tropical forest, remind us that biodiversity is not only a matter of ecological integrity, it is a foundation for our economies, our food security, and our collective resilience against climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, we all recognize that biodiversity loss is accelerating at an unprecedented rate. According to the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, around 1 million species are now at risk of extinction. This is not just a tragedy for nature, it is a systemic risk for humanity. Yet, despite the urgency, the global biodiversity finance gap remains enormous. Bridging this gap requires not only more funding but also smarter, more sustainable financial mechanisms that align conservation with development and economic transformation. Indonesia, as one of the world's mega-diverse countries, has made the biodiversity a central pillar of its sustainable development strategy. But we also understand that protecting biodiversity cannot rely solely on public budgets. We need to innovate to create financial ecosystem that can sustain conservation over generations. Distinguished participants, sustainable financing for biodiversity is not the responsibility of one ministry, one sector, or one institution. It demands multi-stakeholder collaboration across government agencies, private enterprises, civil society, indigenous communities, and development partners. Indonesia's approach is rooted in the belief that biodiversity conservation and economic development are not opposing forces, but mutually reinforcing goals. To realize this, we are pursuing three key pathways of collaboration. First, integrating biodiversity into national planning and local development. Second, empowering communities and indigenous people as custodians of biodiversity. Third, strengthening global partnership for biodiversity finance. As we gather under the banner of the UNFCCC, it is crucial to emphasize that climate and biodiversity are two sides of the same coin. Nature-based solutions such as forest conservation, mangrove restoration, and sustainable land management deliver co-benefits for both climate mitigation and biodiversity protection. However, global financing architecture still often separate climate and biodiversity funding streams. This fragmentation must change. Indonesia is advocating for integrated financing frameworks that bridge these agendas. Through instruments like the BPLH, we seek to blend carbon finance with biodiversity objectives, ensuring that mitigation projects are also enhance ecosystem integrity. Ladies and gentlemen, as Indonesia moves forward toward a green and resilient economy, we are committed to advancing sustainable financing as the backbone of biodiversity conservation. Through the leadership of BPDHLA and the support of our ministries, partners, and international community, we envision a financial ecosystem where protecting nature is not a cost, but an investment in our collective future. Let us work together, governments, financial institutions, private sector, and civil society to create a new global compact for nature and finance where biodiversity thrives, economies prosper, and communities flourish. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak Sunandar, for the keynote. Okay, let's explore what are the sustainable. Sorry, again, I have to reiterate, it's not from our pavilion, like they said, okay? We'll check into that. Okay, so we're going to explore what are the sustainable financing strategies, the instruments, the financial instruments to ensure the long-term biodiversity conservation, and what are the key factors to successfully implement the sustainable funding for the conservation. In order to do that, to lead the discussion, please welcome the Policy Advocacy Manager from Climate Reality Project Indonesia, Ari Adi Pratomo.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, and delegates. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and welcome to the Indonesian Pavilion here at COP30 in Belem, Brazil. Give a round of applause to all of us. My name is Ari Wijanoko Adipratomo, and I'm from the Climate Reality Project Indonesia. And it is an honor to moderate these sessions organized by the Indonesian Environmental Fund, or BPLH. And today, our dialogue will be on sustainable financing for biodiversity conservation. Indonesia is one of the world's mega biodiversity countries. Our forests, mangroves, corals are home to countless species that provide ecosystem services vital to life. Yet, these natural habitat loss, climate change, and offshore exploitations are threatening our very livelihood. Sustainable financing is therefore not a choice. It is a necessity. Today, we will explore creative mechanisms to bridge the biodiversity financing gap through public, private, and also innovative partnership, and ensure that nature continues to be the foundations of our resilience. Please join me in welcoming our keynote speakers and distinguished panelists to the stage. Please, Bapak and Ibu, come forward. Starting from, I would like to invite first Bapak Nur Adiwardoyo, Senior Advisor to the Minister for Biodiversity and Socio-Cultural Resource Conservation. Over here, Bapak, silakan. Now, I would like to invite, secondly, Dr. Wanda Agung Sugardiman, Expert Advisory Council for Follow Net Sing. Bapak Wanda, please. Third, I would like to invite Ms. Endah Trikurniawati, Director of Fundraising and Development from BPLH, or Indonesian Environmental Fund. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Dan Zarin, Executive Director for Forest and Climate Change, Wildlife Conservation Society. And last but not the least, I would like to invite Ms. Valerie Hickey, Global Director for Climate from the World Bank. Over to you, Ibu. Thank you, Bapak and Ibu, and welcome to the discussions at Indonesia Pavilion. I'll take my seat. Okay, this will be very interesting sessions with all the panelists here. But please allow me to first go into the first discussions. Let me start with Bapak Nur Adiwardoyo, the Senior Advisor to the Minister for Biodiversity and Socio-Cultural Resources Conservation from the Ministry of Environment. Pak Nur, as the ministry serves as Indonesia's focal point for the conventions of biological diversity, Pak, could you share the national priority programs for biodiversity conservation and how this align with the global biodiversity network and Indonesia's NDC's target? Over to you, Pak.
Thank you. Can I use the slides or can I? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Do you have the slides ready?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, good day. Thank you for inviting us to join this session. And I would like to provide you a brief overview of the policy on biodiversity in Indonesia and our interest now in the biodiversity credits. Yeah? Okay, the slides, please. Yes, vast natural capital of Indonesia, no need for detailed information, you got it. Indonesia is rich in the natural capital, yeah? Okay, next, and say hi to the freshwater dolphin from Mahakam River, yes? Okay, next. So, that we have identified the richness of biodiversity in Indonesia, and we have captured it in the Indonesia Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan for year 2025-2045. So this IPSAP is the base of our management of biodiversity in Indonesia. Yeah, next. Okay, say hi to the orangutans. Yeah, and next. So, this is the summary of the richness of biodiversity in Indonesia. You can read, you can explore the figures later because we will distribute these materials to you. Yeah, I don't have time to explain each of these. Yeah, please enjoy. And next. So with this reach of the biodiversity, yeah, so we have the integrative plan, strategy and plan, yeah, for managing biodiversity in Indonesia. That includes also in the financing biodiversity management in Indonesia. Yeah. And next is we are now interested in developing the policy and framework for biodiversity credits in Indonesia and also the innovative finance. Yeah. And so see that we are having dialogue, we are having communications with all the business and with the communities, yeah, and they are all interested in developing biodiversity credits in Indonesia. And so here we are, the Ministry of Environment is ready to host this dialogue in Indonesia to develop Indonesia biodiversity credit scheme. Yeah. Okay. Next. So we have this potential of the biodiversity credits in Indonesia. How that we can develop this? So we have the legal basis, yeah, for developing this scheme in Indonesia, and we have also our experience in developing carbon credits governance and carbon credits markets in Indonesia. So we will use this as our investment and develop the biodiversity evaluation framework. And we have some projects on the ground that already capture that biodiversity and carbon can work hand in hand on the field, yeah, on the ground through some projects. So we have gained this understanding, we have gained this knowledge, and how that we can start these biodiversity credits in Indonesia. Next. So we also recognize that now we have some innovative financing instruments, yes, and we have this dialogue and we have these technical groups, yeah, to discuss this with the Bappenas, the National Planning Agency, and with the Ministry of Finance, with the Ministry of Forestry, and etc. So we have started this process of discussion, how that we can develop a financing scheme for biodiversity. We have the basis, but now we need to open a window for biodiversity financing in Indonesia. Okay, next. So, what are those challenges? Number one is on the standards. In the standards, in the methodology, yeah, and so we will develop this together with a group of governments and partner institutions, yeah, how that we can develop these methodologies fast, yeah, and it's very important to work on these methodologies. And also, we need to develop these valuation and monitoring instruments, yeah, because this is not carbon, yeah, this is biodiversity with so many aspects of biodiversity. So we need to work on this side, the methodology, valuation, and monitoring. Next. Next slide. And we need also to have the policy work and institutional coordination. We have the Ministry of Environment, we have the Ministry of Forestry, we have the Ministry of Marine and Fisheries Affairs, and we have many institutions working on the ground. Yeah? So we need to have a good coordination, and as a national teamwork we will develop. So we hope that we can work together, we can collaborate, not fighting each other, please don't, because that we need to work as a good team together. And also on the market readiness and investor confidence, yes, we have seen some interest from our international partners in the biodiversity credits in Indonesia. We need more of communication. We need more of doing exercise of what works and what does not work. But we aim at high integrity biodiversity credits. And so now the Ministry of Environment is working with the International Advisory Panel on Biodiversity Credits led by UK and France. Yeah. Now we will join this collaboration among lead governments to work on the principles, yeah, and guidance towards high integrity biodiversity credits. Government is very important to provide this policy and guidance so that we can develop these high integrity biodiversity credits from the ground up, and we can have all the stakeholders to work with us together. Yeah. Next. Okay, we have some of these opportunities, but we see that from Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, yes, we are working with that, and also we based our work with the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, yeah, and we also have joined the Task Force of Nature-Related Financial Disclosures. So we have started this engagement. Yeah, next. Okay. Next. Technology data innovation, we will do that. Next. And this is way forward to us. National Biodiversity Credit Framework, Biodiversity Finance Task Force, and next. Strengthen capacity and market ecosystem, promote blended and innovative financing, and ensure integrity, equity, and community benefits. So these are the foundation of our biodiversity credits development. And so next is let us work with our colleagues, yeah, to start development of this policy and instruments in Indonesia. I hope that we can make it. Yeah, and so next time we will present you with the progress of our policy development. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Manor. Thank you so much, Partner, for highlighting the governance and also financing aspect and dimensions of the biodiversity conservations. Now, I would like to turn the next opportunity to Dr. Rwanda Agung Sugardiman, member of Indonesia Expert Advisory Council for the Follow Net Sing 2030. Pak Rwanda, yes, monggo Pak, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. The audience is a good opportunity to me to share the Ministry of Forestry of Indonesia, how the progress of our target of NDC can be achieved. As you know, from the NDC target, we have 5 sectors to be reduced the emission. First from the energy, the second from industry, third from the waste, the fourth from the agriculture, and the biggest one, the reducing from the forestry and other land uses. This is Indonesia mitigation action, how to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. Next. The target of 2030 of Indonesia NDC is we have become net sink. What does this net sink mean? It's the absorption of forestry is bigger than the emission from the forest and other land uses. This is our target in 2030. The number is minus 140 million CO2 equivalent. Next. To achieve our target, we have a operational plan. The detailed activity, how we can reduce our emission from the forestry and other land uses. You can see this the left-hand side is the activity, the biggest activity in the forestry, and if I can make a simplify, there are three mitigation action. First, action to reduce emission. The most big activity is we reduce the forest fire and deforestation, of course. And the second mitigation action is to maintain carbon stock. Yes, we can put our effort to maintain our forest that's still in the field. And the biggest activity is mitigation action for enhanced stock carbon. So if three mitigation action in this, we can relate it with the REDD plus the next. You can see from here how related our follow target with the program of REDD plus. So you know, very familiar with the REDD plus. So you can see from the third point is the role of conservation. So how biodiversity can be supported by standing stock or forest in Indonesia. That's why how important is follow for the biodiversity conservation. That's my point. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Rwanda. Give a round of applause to Pak Rwanda. Thank you, Pak, for very insightful the policy design connection between the climate and also biodiversity. Now, I would like to also move to the next panelist, Ms. Endah Trikurniawati, Director of Fundraising and Development at the Indonesia Environmental Fund, or BPDLH. Ibu Nia, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Ari. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, because Pak Rwanda and Pak Adi stay here, so I also. Yeah, thank you, Pak Adi and Pak Rwanda for the presentation. So referring to the presentation from Pak Adi and Pak Rwanda, we know that the issue of biodiversity is cross-cutting issue. And in Indonesia architecture, the biodiversity is under authority of the Ministry of Environment and also Ministry of Forestry and also Ministry of Agriculture and Marine and Fisheries. And when we talk about the IPRs, intellectual property right, biosafety, and also maybe commercialization, so it will involve other ministries like Ministry of Trading and also Ministry of Law and also under ministry. So I think because it is cost-cutting and maybe Bu Valerie referring to our discussion yesterday in Germany Pavillion that there will be a shifting landscape of climate finance, how each country has to set up better sustainable financing for climate change. So I think it is important as well for Indonesia to set up sustainable financing for biodiversity right now. And then also maybe referring to Pak Adi presentation, then one of the way forward of the government Indonesia to set up blended finance or innovative financing. So I think this is one of the options how the government will have like sustainable financing. Next, please. For the PPT. And next, please. And then right now, under Minister of Forestry, we already launched the Indonesian Biodiversity Fund. The fund is supported by WCS, and then the objective of the fund is to provide initial fund to establish the operationalization of innovative financing for the biodiversity conservation that are accountable, functional, and transparent. But later, maybe the platform of biodiversity fund is not only for the forestry. There are another potential program for the biodiversity fund covering marine and fisheries and also maybe important area with high level of high value of the biodiversity. And then next, please. And Pak Rwanda mentioned that right now the Indonesian Environment Fund as a financial national financial mechanism already manage some biodiversity fund, such as like fund coming from the collaboration from Indonesia and Norwegia under the RBC Volu, as Parwanda mentioned. And then we also got support from the result-based payment. It's also intended for the biodiversity. And then how then we can develop a kind of one platform for biodiversity finance to have a sustainable finance for biodiversity later on. And then maybe in our design, how to have like sustainable financing. We do hope maybe in the future we will have like endowment fund, either endowment fund or maybe innovative financing like fund facility for biodiversity. So at this point, IF will collaborate with the manager investment to issue like financial structure, maybe namely collective investment undertaking, and then with underlying project of biodiversity conservation. So at this point, when we generate a fund from the issuing of the infrastructure fund or collective investment undertaking, the fund will be returned back to the biodiversity conservation using the grant scheme or maybe the revolving fund at this point. So we do hope this is a kind of the scheme can continue generate fund from the investor, but maybe by set up this collective investment undertaking, because this is kind of a new product in Indonesia. There are opportunities and of course there are many challenges for Indonesia to set up this kind of the product. Next please. So maybe for the challenges, of course we have to, how to attract the investor, we have to make sure that the underlying project is there. So we have to identify the biodiversity conservation with low risk, and then we have to valuing the underlying project of biodiversity conservation with appropriate monetization, because this is it is not easy to monetize the biodiversity value. And then the next is no investment instrument in Indonesia that really fit to the scheme right now. As I mentioned, this is like a new scheme for the natural base, because for the infrastructure we already have like infrastructure fund for the highway development in Indonesia. And also I think we still need to develop legal basis and its operational instrument for collective investment undertaking. And the last one, because this is new structure, so we have developed understanding among stakeholders how the scheme can be reach the market at the end. And then of course a lot of opportunity, because as you see that the government have a lot of commitment, support how we can develop the sustainable financing through the blended finance. And also, as we know that Indonesia is one biodiversity, so there are a lot of underlying projects on biodiversity conservation available in Indonesia. So we also have a lot of opportunity how to attract the investor later on by referring to the underlying project on biodiversity conservation. I think that's all from our set. Thank you. Back to the Mas Ari.
Thank you, Ibu Nia. Please give a round of applause to Ibu Nia. It is very interesting, ladies and gentlemen, on how the Indonesian government is preparing and also already collaborating with different stakeholders, especially in protecting the biodiversity. Now, I would like to move to Dr. Dan Zarin. Pak Dan, if you would like to take the floor, please. Over to you, Pak Dan.
I should have some slides as well. There we go. Okay. Thank you very much. It's really a privilege to be here. I'm representing the Indonesia program of WCS because our country program leadership couldn't be here in Belem, and those are hard shoes to fill for those of you who know our team, but I will do my best. My role is to lead a global program within the Wildlife Conservation Society on forests and climate change. What I want to try to do today is give a couple of examples of the kinds of things that we're trying to do with sustainable financing around biodiversity conservation, particularly blended finance, and talk a little bit about our role in supporting making initial contributions to the Indonesia Biodiversity Fund as a critical role for an organization working in the country. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is just briefly what I'll try to cover. I want to talk just for a couple of minutes about what this organization is that I'm representing here, a little bit about how we think about blended finance for biodiversity, the role of the private sector, and then what lessons we can draw from these finance mechanisms that we have some experience with. Next, please. So WCS is a somewhat peculiar organization. It's a global conservation organization working in 55 countries that we've organized around 14 regions globally. A pretty clear mission across the board around saving wildlife and wild places. In Indonesia, we've been collaborating with the government of Indonesia for more than 25 years on this mission of conservation of Indonesia's biodiversity. That's about a little more than half of what the organization does. The other half runs, if you've ever been in New York City, it runs the Bronx Zoo and the Central Park Zoo, the New York Aquarium, other things there. So it's kind of like a conglomerate organization. Next slide, please. In our global programs, we are very much field focused, right? And that's what we really do and have been working on for decades. What we've also evolved are a set of kind of cross-cutting programs that work across the whole organization. One of them that I lead is on forests and climate change. We also have a cross-cutting marine program, one that is focused on countering wildlife trafficking, another focused on the intersections between wildlife conservation and health, and one on rights and communities. We also have programs on conservation technology, international policy, on the role of markets, and on protecting the ranges of species. Next slide, please. Won't spend much time on this. One of my colleagues earlier referenced the biodiversity financing gap and the global biodiversity framework's conclusion that there are hundreds of billions of dollars missing if we are going to adequately address the crisis of biodiversity loss that we have. Next slide, please. In approaching the question of blended finance, because we all seem to think that some of this money has to come from the private sector, we've really ought to acknowledge that there are some key challenges here, right? Governments that are representative of their people tend to focus and try to prioritize things that are in the public interest. Private companies do not have the same incentives. They are focusing on activities that are going to serve their private interests and result in profits for their owners or shareholders. That's the economic system that we live with. And so when we're talking about blended finance for biodiversity conservation, we should be clear that the purpose is really about how to leverage private finance, private investment in using public capital. Doing so means that we need to address the private sector's perceived and actual risks in nature-based investment. And some of them are real and some of them are just perceptual. This is a kind of new area of investment for most of the private sector. And doing so includes meeting what are the requirements of these investors in terms of their return on investment or their risk-adjusted return. And often it's quite natural for people like me and who work for conservation organizations to forget that the private sector really needs to invest in opportunities where they will realize a return on their investment. They're not investing in it just because they love biodiversity. They're investing in it because they see a business opportunity, an investable opportunity. And that's a difference. It's a cultural difference that we need to be clear about. A core constraint that we've identified in working in this in a number of places, including Indonesia, but not only, is the importance of identifying and quantifying this adequate return on investment for the private sector. And typically, that is not linked to sort of global goods like keeping the climate, in a manageable space, or like preserving biodiversity. But typically, it's linked to products or ecosystem services that lie within the value chain of a particular corporation. Whether it's water for one example in the world that's prominent is for the Coca-Cola bottling company, whether it's, a net zero deforestation commodity for others. That value chain is critical and why they're going to invest. Next slide, please. Within those constraints, the private sector can have many roles in terms of providing investment, really helping to mainstream sustainable practices within their supply chains. They have obviously key roles as partners for governments, for communities, as well as for civil society organizations. And we know that they're increasingly important in terms of financing and in terms of monitoring and reporting on these risks. Next, please. So a few examples here of blended finance for biodiversity conservation in Indonesia that the Wildlife Conservation Society has been involved in, and I'll spend a little bit of time on each of these. This is just sort of the summary here first. One is something that we've called our Forest First program. It's around how do you actually implement in the field this sort of proliferation of zero deforestation commitments around particular commodities. This is hard work. It has to be done in the ground at the front lines where commodity production meets deforestation. And in Indonesia, that's often in a context that involves rural communities, their livelihoods, and so on. We have an example where we've worked on this in coffee production in southern Sumatra, around the protection of the Bukit Barisan Selatan National Park, in collaboration with national, subnational governments, with many communities, and with numerous purchasing companies. And I'll say another word about that. Another example that's really quite global, and we are involved in Indonesia as well as elsewhere, is something called the Legacy Landscapes Fund, which is focusing on strengthening conservation in kind of some of the world's best areas for protecting biodiversity. It's administered by the German government with additional finance from Norway and France. And the way they make awards, they require a match from some place in the private sector. It can be a philanthropy, it can be a company. In our case, in Indonesia, we're working in Gunung Leuser, in an area that's mostly national park, partly a forest management unit. I'll say a little more about that. A philanthropic foundation provided the matching capital for the German, Norwegian, and French capital administered in Germany. And then the third example, of course, is this novel example of the Indonesia Biodiversity Fund. I'll say more about that. WCS saw it as a priority to support the government of Indonesia in establishing this fund for a variety of reasons. I'll talk a little bit about that. But this is the product of a very long partnership between a conservation NGO that is global in its scope, very focused on implementation, very focused on partnering with governments. And in Indonesia, as I mentioned, that's a 25-year-long relationship. So we have a lot of confidence in our government counterparts in the structuring and building out of this fund, knowing that it is not going to, it is not going to provide a huge number of immediate solutions, but this is a long-term process, and government partnership is critical. Okay, next slide, please. A couple of slides on this Forest First approach. We've employed this in Indonesia as well as elsewhere. We're prioritizing actions that are right at the frontier areas where the embedded risk of deforestation is high, and there's an opportunity to protect the forest ecosystems if we can kind of establish a commitment to do better on the production side, intensify instead of extensify production systems, requires supporting smallholder farmers and local communities. This is hard work. It's a lot of work on the ground. In many instances, those people, those individuals in their communities, they're not necessarily earning even a living wage from the work that they're doing. If we can improve that through intensification, we can reduce the risk of that the forest frontier extending further into the intact forest. And there's a big focus in this initiative on catalyzing collective responsibility, collective action to work with farmers to see themselves not as just part of their own communities, but as part of this broader community that of support and implementation. Next slide, please. So in this context, we think about the landscape as being divided into different zones. And for this particular approach, we focus in that dynamic area of the forest frontier, looking at ways to both address the conservation challenge as well as the economic livelihoods and the rural development challenge, how to do it in a way that supports mutually reinforcing goals. Next slide, please. We picked this area because it is a key frontier in Sumatra, where there is a national park, the boundaries of which are threatened, frankly, by the cultivation of coffee. And there was interest and opportunity to work there, so that's where we've entered into numerous partnerships with supply chain actors, including the set of companies that we've listed there. Next, please. Legacy Landscapes Fund is a very different approach. If you remember the graph that showed you the different parts of the landscape, Legacy Landscapes is focused on that intact left side of that graph, on these landscapes that are some of the best of what's left of nature. You can see all the places on the globe that have legacy landscape sites. 2 of them are Indonesia. We're working in one of them. Next slide, please. It is a absolute partnership with the Indonesian government. We're essentially an implementation agent for the project. It's a 15-year program of work, which is great to be able to have support to actually implement over a really extended period. It is a critical area. It's about $1 million a year, which enables us to do a lot of work on the ground, enables the government to cover a lot of different kinds of work. Next slide, please. And it's all very transparent. It's all very open for anyone to look into, to ask questions about. There are all kinds of processes on there. You can see there's a set of activities about strengthening conservation and a set of real challenges that we're trying to address in this area. 3 years in, it's still early, actually, which is wonderful to be 3 years in and still at an early stage instead of having to report the end of a project cycle. We have 12 years in front of us and certainly are looking forward to having that stability to work with the government in this really critical area in Loiser. Next, please. Okay, and these experiences of collaboration with the government of Indonesia on these kinds of blended finance mechanisms led us to become an early partner in supporting the Indonesia Biodiversity Fund, which is essentially a blended finance mechanism intended to support conservation of biodiversity and its habitat in Indonesia, established formally earlier this year, really owned by the Ministry of Forestry with the Environment Fund as the fund manager, able to receive funds from a variety of sources and to distribute those funds through a variety of mechanisms to be able to actually implement on effective conservation and biodiversity. I mean, we've seen this as essentially an opportunity to further institutionalize our partnership with the government of Indonesia, further institutionalize the objectives of biodiversity conservation within the government over the long term through this kind of long-term funding mechanism. So we're pleased to be a partner and to have the opportunity to continue this partnership with the government of Indonesia. Next slide, please. Okay, what are the lessons? What have we learned from this experience? I just pull out a few things before wrapping up here. One thing that we've learned is that for blended finance to work, it really does need early investment from either philanthropic financing or from the public sector. If this was something that the private sector could do by themselves, they would do it. And they wouldn't be waiting around, because one of the advantages of the private sector is they can act faster than government, typically. But what they need is to have their confidence in something built up, and to have their investment in some ways de-risked by the investment, typically of public sector capital. What we've noticed not just in Indonesia but elsewhere, is that what private sector investment really tends to preference are mechanisms that have credibility with the government and with leading civil society organizations, that have a clear and compelling return on investment for them, where they can see their way to getting their money back and to making money out of their investment, and where there is low risk, both material risk and reputational risk. The government's participation and commitment is essential, and one thing that is often missing, particularly at the outset of these efforts, is clarity of exactly what is being asked of each partner, who has what responsibilities, who is accountable for what, and that's absolutely critical for success. Next slide, please. Terima kasih. Thank you very much.
Give another applause to Pak Den. Thank you, Pak Den. Unfortunately, partner has another engagement and has to leave. Thank you so much, partner, for coming here and becoming one of the panel. And thank you so much for your participation. Please give a round of applause to partner. Thank you, partner. Now I would like to invite also to give the presentations Ms. Valerie, Global Director for Climate from the World Bank, to also deliver the keynote speech. Over to you, Ibu. Floor is yours.
Thank you so very much, and good afternoon, everybody. Because I work for a bank, I don't have a presentation, because the PowerPoint would be all spreadsheets. Horribly boring after these fantastic presentations you've had, showing the incredible biodiversity wealth of Indonesia. Instead, what I wanted to do is spend just a few minutes explaining why the World Bank wants to invest in biodiversity, how much are we investing, and what's our approach to investing? What do we focus on? So as many of you know, the World Bank, we turned 80 years old last year, and we were born to end poverty. Our mission is to create a world without poverty. And in the last 5 or 6 years in particular, when we watched COVID create huge destruction across the world, rich and poor, and it wasn't the only pandemic. We saw Ebola pandemics, other Zika pandemics, other pandemics. When we saw the ravages of climate change and a warming world making the weather worse and worse for communities all over the world, and when we saw that conflict was getting worse, we wondered, what have we done wrong? Why is the world in such a bad place? And one of the things we realized with our analysis was that we hadn't paid enough attention to nature. Because the truth is, when it comes to pandemics, for example, many of them are starting exactly at the arc of deforestation, because all of a sudden livestock are encountering wild animals and diseases are passing between them, and then of course they're passing to us. I don't have to tell anybody in this pavilion why nature is a fundamental part of the fight against climate change. We will never be able to bend the curve of emissions to zero without protecting natural capital. We just can't do it without forests, without our ocean. But it's also true that in order to adapt to climate change, nature is often the only available and only affordable technology. that communities have to adapt to a warming world. And conflict, you may wonder about this one, but we did our research and it turns out that since the end of the Second World War, over half of all conflict in the world was either caused by, made worse by, or funded by natural resources and nature. So even when it comes to conflict, nature is in the middle of the story. And that's why we realized that because our mission is to have a world without poverty, we realize there's never going to be a world without poverty and a world without nature. And so we all of a sudden sat up and realized we need to start investing more. And that's why last year, in our financial year 2024, we actually invested $6.3 billion in nature finance. And that's actually 21% of the Global Biodiversity Framework's Target 19 goal. So it's actually a sizable amount of money. And again, it's because we think it's fundamental to our mission to end poverty and to build a livable planet on which everybody can lead lives full of dignity and purpose. So how do we do it? What do we focus on when we invest this money? So we focus largely on three things, and this is from decades of lessons learned working at the intersection of conservation and development, where we've made a lot of mistakes, including in Indonesia. So the first lesson we've learned and the first focus of our investments is ensuring that we help a country and a community and companies manage their natural assets. Because companies, of course, many of them manage huge tracts of land, particularly agribusiness companies, mining companies. And of course, countries, natural capital is the sovereign right of countries to manage, and it's where communities live. So it means investing in nature governance, in the coordination that Pak Nur Adi was talking about a while ago, the importance of coordinating across ministries of finance, forestry, and environment, for example. But it's also about having the right policies and regulation in place that incentivize conservation, that penalize and tax deforestation. So it's all about ecosystem governance, having the right policies in place and building the right institutions, and not just government institutions, but community institutions, indigenous institutions. The men and women, the families who actually manage the land on which they have lived for generations, sometimes for millennia. And not just the land, the sea, the waters. So that's the first thing we focused on. The second thing we focus on is growing and diversifying the sustainable businesses around nature. And this is really, really important. And this is because, honestly, I think as a community, we've made a lot of mistakes. For the 20th century, an awful lot of the economy was built around grow now, clean up later. It led to a lot of deforestation. It led to a lot of dumping in the ocean, for example. When we finally sat up and woke up in 1992 here in Brazil at the Rio Conventions and realized as a world we couldn't go on like this, we really pushed conservation, but we made another mistake. We asked the men and women who live off of the ocean, who live in the forests, to sacrifice their growth in order to save the environment. And that wasn't right either. And that's why for us, it can't be about beekeeping and basket weaving. It's not about throwing a little bit of money towards communities to hope that they stop being engaged in deforestation. It's not about criminalizing what they do every day to survive. It's about figuring out how do we modernize the economies they're part of? How do we grow and diversify businesses that are based on nature? And these businesses are huge. Nature-based tourism is one of the largest sectors in the world. The sustainable forestry sector employs 1% of the entire global workforce. And a quarter of those employees are women. So nature is incredibly important for a source of jobs, a source of healthcare, a source of all sorts of businesses. The bioeconomy is so important, and that's what we want to invest in, so that the men and women who live in nature, who for generations have kept that nature standing, can make money out of it, but do it in a way that protects nature. We're no longer going to ask them to give up their right to put food on the table for their families, to be able to afford to send their kids not just to primary school, but to university. And then finally, our approach is to ensure that those men and women who live in the forests, we're not just talking about the environment with them. We're talking about healthcare, we're talking about education, we're delivering the benefits of modern societies to where they live, and doing it in a way that fits with their traditional knowledge, with their traditional ways of life. And that's important to us, and that's why we're so proud to be able to work in Indonesia. We have a new program we're designing together, the Livable Indonesia Forest Economy Program, LIFE, where we're going to apply these principles and test them. We've been proud to work in Indonesia, who of course are our owners. We're a cooperative bank. Indonesia is our boss, so we do what they tell us. And they're telling us we have to do this. We've worked together since 1968, and we are so proud to take part and build this LIFE program together and make sure that we can deliver for development in Asia, for growth and jobs, but also for nature and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bu Valerie. Thank you so much for all the speakers for the clear and insightful presentations. Now, since we have strong foundations from policy, governance, financing, partnerships, and also global perspective, we would like to move towards a moderated discussions. Now, I will ask each of the panelists directly some questions, and I would like to go to first Pak Rwanda. Pak Rwanda, your slides highlight how FOLU integrates biodiversity across forests. And building on that, how are biodiversity indicators embedded and monitored across different forest types within the FOLU NetSync 2030 operational plan? Pak, over to you.
Thank you, Mas Nari. The challenge is a question from the moderator. Yes, what our target in FOLU, one is the big thing is how we can maintain our forests. So when we success to maintain our forest, it means the biodiversity still can be maintained. So that's why the successful of the FOLU NetSync in Indonesia will support the success of the biodiversity in Indonesia. So that's why from the activity in FOLU NetSync, we supported by also like blended finance come from different sources. So the succeed of the funding for FOLU will be we can say cut and paste for the Indonesia Biodiversity Funds. Yes, you know that Pak Daniel just mentioned that Indonesia from the Ministry of Forestry just launching the iBio Funds on June 2025. Yeah, with a collaboration with BCS and World Bank and BPLH. Thank you, Mas.
Thank you, Pak Rwanda. Please give it a round of applause to Pak Rwanda. Now I would like to ask Ibu Nia regarding on several aspects on iBio Fund and financing pathways that is very clear during the presentations. Ibu Nia, if I may, what is BPDLH plan to leverage the iBio Fund to co-financing, blended finance or international partnerships? Ibu Nia?
Yeah, thank you, Mas Ari. Yeah, so our plan is the first one, of course, in Indonesia context, because this is new product. When we talk about the blended finance, one of the product that can be issued is like collective investment undertaking. So this is a kind of new product in Indonesia. So maybe the first thing that we would like to do is how we can make sure that the product can be released. It is important to involve like a financial service authority in Indonesia, because we have to get like a blessing from them, because they have authority for new regulation for new product. This is the first thing. Of course, the second one, we will coordinate with the line ministry, because we have to identify, as I mentioned, the underlying project. What kind of the project then can be offered to the investor? So at this point, it is important because we have to make sure that the underlying project that we will offer have to have like low uncertainty, because when we talk about the biodiversity, it will involve the social aspect and also other aspects. So I think this is quite, we can say, yeah, a bit tricky. Yeah, because this have high risk for offering the investor if we don't have any good valuation of the biodiversity. And then for the next, of course, we have to make sure that the market receive the product later on. This is one of the option of the blended finance that we will to mobilize the private finance later on, Mas Ari. So the existing fund that we have right now, coming from the public fund mostly, from the government of the Norway and also other donors in Indonesia. So the existing fund is already, like we can say, to finance or to strengthen the enabling condition for the biodiversity conservation, as like Pak Ruanda mentioned, under the VOLU program Indonesia. And then as we already a bit confident, we already have like a level of the enabling condition is quite good, and then we can move how we can involve the private sector, so we can use the private fund, catalytic fund later on. Thank you. That's all, Mas Ari.
Thank you, Ibu Nia. And next, I would like to ask to Pak Dan. Pak Dan, your slides actually highlights long-term collaborations across government as well, community and also partner. Building on that, Pak Dan, does WCS collaborations with the government also involve private sector participation? And which model have proven effective in sustaining biodiversity outcomes, Pak? Over to you.
So I think one of the examples that I provided during my presentation on this Forest First intervention is very much as collaboration from a number of different private sector companies along with the government, both nationally and subnationally. The other areas that we're working in, we see lots of potential, but it's important for us, and I think this is part of what's enabled the longevity of our relationship in Indonesia. As a international conservation organization, we operate as a guest of the Indonesian government, right? And so it's incumbent on us to follow the lead. In this case, as I mentioned with the Indonesian Biodiversity Fund, the Indonesia developing this fund was not our idea. It was the idea of the government of Indonesia, which we've chosen to support. This is part of what is part of our characteristic as very much a conservation implementation focused organization. We partner with government and with local communities on delivering conservation action on the ground. There are other organizations that are very much working on pressuring the private sector, pressuring government, etc. They have their place in this landscape, but you can't do everything as an organization, and the role that we play is as an implementation partner. And that means that in terms of working with private companies, we'll work with those under, if it becomes a priority under the terms of our operating agreement with government for the work that we do in the country, which gets updated on a periodic basis. So we're not about to jump in to work with a particular company in Indonesia unless it's a priority that the government asks us to partner on with them.
Okay, thank you, Pak Dan. Please give a round of applause to Pak Dan. Now I would like to go to Ibu Valerie. Ibu Valerie, you mentioned during your speech that biodiversity finance also links into global finance and also sustainability agenda. With that in mind, how does the World Bank view biodiversity financing within the broader finance and sustainability agenda, especially following COP30 outcomes here in Belem? Over to you, Ibu.
It's an excellent question, and I think it all comes down to private capital mobilization. which is the topic of the day. It's the topic of the COP. It's the topic of every COP. There isn't enough public money. The government of Indonesia is a powerful government, and yet you will never have enough money to do everything, nor will the government of Brazil or any government. And so private capital needs to come to the table. And we think it's coming, but sometimes it needs help. And it needs help in a few ways. The first way is something we call de-risking. And that's when we, as a multilateral development bank, we absorb some of the risk of investing in an area that a private company may not well understand, may not get the same size financial returns as if they invested in something else that may be worse for the environment. This has happened a lot, for example, when, and we've heard examples of this afternoon on the panel, when companies have decided to move into deforestation-free value chains. A lot of companies that used to be involved in deforesting in order to grow soy, for example, or deforesting in order to have livestock, they're willing to do it in a way that is nature positive, but they need to learn, and they don't want to have to pay to learn. They want somebody else to pay for those lessons, and that's part of the role of the MDB. So it's about de-risking. But the second thing we really need to do, which is so important to mobilize private capital, is not always talk about risk. Because even when we talk about de-risking, all people hear is risk. We have to talk about being equity investors. And as an MDB, we have a brand and we have a balance sheet that has power in the financial sector. So when a private company or a bank sees that the World Bank is co-investing, they get excited because they know this is a product or a process that is worth doing, that is going to be successful. So those are two of the ways that we use our money, not to substitute for private capital, but to unlock it. The third way, and it's incredibly important, is making sure that local capital markets, local domestic money markets, the places where we all go to get our money, to start a small business, to get a mortgage, that those banks with their local currency provide money for the bioeconomy, provide nature finance. And again, to do that, part of our role is to help train them how to do that, to get them comfortable with new products and new processes. And this is something that the Biodiversity Fund and more broadly the Environment Fund in Indonesia has been at the forefront of showing Indonesian investors what else they can do in this sector. And that's again why we're so proud to be able to learn from what Indonesia is doing and to be able to bring some examples from other countries to Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibu Valerie. Please give a round of applause to all of our panelists. It's very interesting informations and discussions that have been discussed here during our panels. Unfortunately, I was being notified by the committee that we are running out of time. So very unfortunate. Actually, I would like to also ask the audience for opportunity to ask questions, but unfortunately we cannot do that. With that, I would like to conclude our panel today, discussions today. Thank you to all our speakers today that we heard one clear message, that financing biodiversity is financing resilience. Indonesia is demonstrating leadership through FOLU, CBD alignment, iBioFund, multi-stakeholder cooperations, and also innovative global financing mechanism. With that, I would like to conclude our panel discussion. Thank you once again, Bapak and Ibu, for the speakers, for the audience especially, and also for the Indonesian Environment Fund. Now I would like to hand the session back to our Master of Ceremony for the next segment.
Thank you very much for bringing a diverse perspectives that builds synergies. It's very, very amazing to hear all the speakers sharing their insightful perspectives. We really need to strengthen this bioeconomy, like you said, and we do value your contribution, and we cherish our partnerships. So with that, on behalf of Indonesia Environmental Funds, IEF, Mas Aditya will be handing over, Agastya? Okay. We'll be handing over a special merchandise to all the speakers. And I wonder how many of these, Valerie, you got already. You're our regular speaker. Okay, thank you. Okay, a group picture together before we all leave. Please take a few steps forward. Just want to make sure everybody in frame. So I think we do need a consistent funding, right? To strengthen, to maintain this ecosystem sustainability, and also to support the transition. Oh, Pak Sunandar, I'm so sorry. Please be in the center. Yeah, we do have the responsibility to actually support this sustainable financing and transition to a just, inclusive, and green economy. Thank you very much once again. Okay, that's the end of this afternoon session. We're going to continue with another one in just a minute. In the meantime, please take some snacks or drinks that we provided and enjoy your time. Thank you. Welcome everyone to Indonesia Pavilion. Let's kick off our next session. It's in relation to unlocking the potential of carbon economic value. So carbon economic value is designed to mobilize climate finance both domestic and globally to support green investment in accelerating the climate action to achieve full net sink 2030. Before we start with the discussion, allow me to welcome our keynote speaker. She's the Senior Advisor to the Minister on Climate Change. She's also the Executive Chair of OMO IFNS 2030. Please join me in welcoming Professor Haruni.
Distinguished delegates, panelists, and colleagues. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and warm greetings from the Indonesia Pavillion. It is a great honor for me to address you at this important session on unlocking the potential of carbon economic value for climate actions towards Indonesia full net sink 2030. Allow me to share how Indonesia forests lie at the heart of our climate ambition and how we are aligning environmental integrity with economic transformation. Indonesia is home to one of the largest tropical forest area on Earth, covering more than 90 million hectares and storing over 30 million tons of carbon. These forests are not just natural assets, they are living climate solutions that sustain biodiversity, livelihoods, and the well-being of millions of people. In our national climate strategy, the forestry and other land use sector play a central role, contributing approximately 60% of Indonesia's total emission reduction potential. This places the forestry sector at the heart of our mitigation pathway and our long-term climate leadership. Guided by the Astacita vision for a golden Indonesia 2045 and aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, we see forests not as constraint to the development, but as engine of sustainable growth, integrating food, energy, and environmental security, and ensuring that prosperity goes hand in hand with ecological resilience. Our national target is clear and ambitious. By 2030, the value sector must become a net sink of carbon, absorbing more greenhouse gases than it emits. This is the essence of value net sink 2030, a milestone toward achieving net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. It embodies our belief that protecting and restoring our forests can go hand in hand with economic resilience and community welfare. Our strategy is comprehensive, science-based, and inclusive, implemented through 5 pillars of action. First, sustainable forest management through promoting reduced impact logging, social forestry and climate practices that generate both emission reduction and local prosperity. And then enhancement of forest carbon stock through large-scale forest rehabilitation, restoration, adjustment planting, and the establishment of high productivity forest plantation that contribute to long-term carbon storage. And then forest and biodiversity conservation, maintaining ecological integrity and preventing emission from degradation or land conversion. And then peatland ecosystem management for rewetting and restoring degraded peatland, improving water management and preventing peat fire. And then policy instrument and information system strengthening, developing enabling policy, law enforcement, institutional capacity strengthening, and monitoring system to ensure transparency, accountability, and adaptive management across program. Our collective programs is encouraging. Over the past decade, Indonesia has reduced its deforestation rate by more than 60% and this is reaching the lowest in over 20 years. This achievement reflects strong political commitments, effective law enforcement, and improved forest governance. We have restored more than 1 million hectares of degraded lands, including peatlands and mangrove, as vital carbon sink and natural buffers against climate risk. Almost all provinces, we have developed subnational value net sink action plan, ensuring the local ownership and alignment with national targets. And then institutional coordination has been strengthened through the operational management office, which ensure synchronized implementation of programs under the follow operational plan. We also have strengthened our MRV standard to enhance transparency, data integrity, and credibility. And this achievement demonstrates that Value Netting 2030 is not just a plan, it is a living framework that delivers measurable outcomes for climate, ecosystem, and people. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, to sustain and scale this progress, Indonesia has established a transformative national framework known as the Carbon Economic Value or carbon pricing, enacted through Presidential Regulation number 110 of 2025, such as released recently. And the Carbon Economic Value provides a national architecture for carbon pricing and climate finance, harmonizing multiple instruments, including result-based payment, which recognize verified emission outcome and reducing greenhouse gas emission or enhancing carbon sequestration. And carbon trading, including mechanism where entity can buy or sell carbon through both compliance and voluntary markets. And carbon levy, which create an economic incentive to reduce emission and disincentive for emitting greenhouse gas. And of course, other instruments which allowing the flexibility to adopt new or emerging approach as knowledge and policy evolve. To operationalize this framework, the Ministry of Forestry is now finalizing the 4 derivative regulation revision to regulate on carbon trading, and then also regulation on forest zoning and utilization, regulation on social forestry implementation, and a new regulation on environmental service utilization within the conservation area. And this will create a solid and institutional foundation for transparent, credible carbon market operation in the forestry sector. Through carbon economic value, every ton of verified emission reduction becomes both a climate responsibility and an economic opportunity, driving a green investment, innovation, and sustainable growth. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia experience show that carbon finance can deliver tangible outcomes when built on integrity and trust. Through our long-standing partnership with Norway, Indonesia has received about 216 million of US dollar in REDD Plus result-based payment, thanks for Norwegian government for verified emission reduction of 43.2 million tons of carbon dioxide during the 2016 to 2020 period. And then previously under the Green Climate Fund with a total around of 103.8 million for verifying emission reduction of 20.3 million tons of carbon dioxide during the period of 2014 to 2016. And under the provincial level in East Kalimantan, under Forest Carbon Partnership Facility Carbon Fund, Indonesia should receive another 110 million payment US dollar for one of the large-scale jurisdiction REDD Plus success story. We also deepening cooperation through recent MOU with ITA and ICVCM, which strengthen our capacity, knowledge exchange, and alignment with global carbon market standard. This initiative demonstrates that well-governed carbon finance can mobilize resources at scale, empower community, and support the broader transformation toward a low-carbon economy. Indonesia is witnessing rapid growth in carbon market participation and advancing readiness for Article 6 implementation, signally stronger engagement from the private sector and international partners alike. This initiative demonstrates that climate ambition can attract investment and the well-governed carbon finance to serve as a powerful catalyst for sustainable development. We believe that integrity and inclusivity are the foundation of any credible carbon governance system. We have Indonesia have national regulation system to ensure that full transparency by tracking every carbon credit from its generation and verification to transfer and transaction under a single national registry. Our MRV protocol also being updated to align with international standards, safeguard environmental integrity and comparability of results across all carbon programs. Through social forestry and also recognition of customary or other forests, local and indigenous people community will receive fair and equitable benefits for their stewardship. We apply a pentahelic approach, bringing together governments, media, academia, private sector, and civil society to ensure that carbon governance remain participatory, transparent, and equitable. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the Volunet-Sync 2030 and the Carbon Economic Value Framework are not only about reducing emission, they are about they create green jobs through forest restoration, rehabilitation, and also sustainable enterprise that empower local economies. They also open new income opportunity for rural communities through social forestry, ecosystem service, and responsible investment. They also protect biodiversity, safeguard water resource, and strengthen ecosystem resilience to climate impacts. And of course, they enhance Indonesia's contribution to global climate stability, positioning our forests as part of the global climate solution. And this is Indonesia model of green growth with justice, a pathway where environmental integrity uplift both nature and people. Looking ahead, Indonesia is ready to scale up implementation. We are developing a digital carbon economic value platform integrated with the One Map policy, ensuring efficiency, traceability, and real-time transparency. We will expand jurisdictional and result-based approach across province, enhance readiness for Article 6 cooperation, and continue inviting collaboration from government, private sector, and communities alike. Indonesia, we aim to position in forestry sector as regional carbon hub, producing high-integrity carbon credit that contribute to global decarbonization while driving local prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia's journey toward Volunet-Sync 2030 and carbon economic value implementation is more than a national effort, and it is a message to the world that forests are not obstacle to the development, they are the foundation of sustainable prosperity. By aligning carbon integrity with economic opportunity, we demonstrate that the path to net zero can also be a path to shared growth, justice, and resilience. Let's us move together, let's us work together for forests, for climate, and for our collective future. For closing, let's watch a short video featuring our Minister of Forestry for some insight and message related with our event. Thank you.
Indonesia is home to some of the world's richest forests, our natural heritage and our greatest ally in tackling the climate crisis. From the mangroves of Sumatra to the highlands of Papua, our forests sustain lives, store carbon, and inspire global action. Through the forestry and other land use net-sync 2030, Indonesia aims to ensure that by 2030, carbon absorption from our forests exceed emissions. This is not just an environmental goal, it is a vision of balance between prosperity and resilience for our people and the planet. In 2025, Indonesia marks a new milestone with the issuance of Presidential Regulation number 110 on the implementation of carbon economic value instruments, the National Greenhouse Gas Emission Control. This regulation establishes a unified framework to measure, price, and manage carbon, turning environmental stewardship into economic opportunity and policy into real climate action. Through strong governance and collaboration, Indonesia is integrating science, technology, and community participation into climate solutions. The Forest Carbon Economic Value Policy connects national ambition with local action, from forest carbon monitoring to benefit sharing and sustainable livelihoods. Indonesia's journey toward Volume Net Sink 2030 continues with optimism and determination. By unlocking the potential of carbon economic value, we are transforming our forests into engine of climate action, economic growth, and shared prosperity. Together with nature, for nature, Indonesia leads with integrity, innovation, and collaboration. Indonesia, from rainforest to global carbon hub and marketplace.
Thank you again.
Thank you, Professor Haruni. So based on the presentation as well as the statement made by the minister, we're going to deep dive and look more into the details on the strategy in accelerating Volume Net Sink 2030 and what's the progress up to date, and how the partnerships with communities, with private companies, with international actors, local government as well be strengthened to scale up the impact, and what lessons can Indonesia share with other countries, developing countries, on integrating carbon governance into national climate targets. So, to start with the discussion, allow me to invite our moderator. He is the principal scientist of C4 Aircraft, Bapak Daniel Mudiarso.
Hello, everyone. I just wondering who is coming from Brazil? Can you raise your hand? Brazilian. Okay, majority of the room is Brazilian. From Europe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, handful. From Africa. Handful. Well, we are a mix of people here. Would like to hear how Indonesia is doing good things in forestry sector or land sector. In the past, I would say 17 years. I remember when Red Plus was born in COP30 in Bali, it was 17 years ago, now COP30. Okay, so things are progressing so well. And during that time, we also collaborate with Norway and other partners. Indonesia has been kind of a melting pot for people to collaborate and see the potential of forests to reduce emission from fossil burning and etc. So I'm privileged to host this session by having 4 prominent speakers that we have today to comment and perhaps also giving us wisdom how to do that in the next 5 years. Volume Net Sink 2030 is only 5 years away from now. So how can we do that with the current situation and the current setting in terms of financial architecture and also the challenge of involving indigenous people and local communities. So we have a lot to handle, but with kind of collaboration that we have and transpired by the speech of the minister, I believe we can do something better than what we have done in the last 17 years. So without further ado, I would like to invite our speaker, Leif John Fosse. He's been with us since 2008. Take your seat, Leif John, from Norwegian International Climate Forest Initiative. The second speaker will be, the order is like this. Bapak Wahyu Marjana, who is Director for Economic Value of Carbon in the Ministry of Environment. The third speaker will be Leticia Gulmares from UNDP in Washington, but she is Brazilian, believe me. And last but not least is Mr. Purwadi from the Association of Forest Concessionaires. So we have everybody here. So if you allow me to sit somewhere, maybe following the order there. So I would like to invite you, Leif John, to start with how can Norway start with this thing in the past 17 years until today. We heard about the amount of carbon reduced through the RED Plus mechanism, and what would be the next step to take in order to meet this objective of net follow net sink. Leif John.
Thank you so much, Papa Daniel. And it's a personal pleasure to be here, standing in for my director, Andreas Dahl Jørgensen. Having been part of the initial negotiations for the letter of intent 15 years ago, it's a real pleasure to be back in this circuit and to celebrate Indonesia's fantastic results. So, Indonesia is delivering true leadership here in Belem, as you have done in many other areas in the past few years, through impressive results on social forestry, and most recently committing to recognize 1.4 million of hutan adat forests, or customary forests, sorry. And also by announcing Indonesia's surprise decision to support the Tropical Forest Forever facility. Fantastic news, opening up new opportunities for international collaboration and access to climate finance. Indonesia has also just delivered its second NDC with ambitious targets for the Hulu sector, as we have just seen. And this is excellent news, as deserves proper recognition. So, not least, also recognizing the impressive result you have achieved in reduced deforestation over the last decade, making Indonesia a global leader in this field. So, climate finance, the topic of the day. That's crucial for Indonesia, of course, and for the Hulu sector, your strategy. And it is a priority issue on Norway's agenda. Through Norway's bilateral cooperation, which, as we learned, go back 15 years now, we support India in Indonesia through different channels. The most important, of course, is our partnership on results-based contribution to support Indonesia's Hulu Net Sink 2030 plan, a very ingenious and innovative experiment in climate strategy. So, established in 2022, this partnership supports Indonesia's efforts to reduce deforestation. Results are verified by an independent third party based on a jointly agreed model. Norway has, so far, as we just heard, provided 216 million USD as a result-based contribution to Indonesia. Managed by the Indonesia Environmental Fund with prudence and integrity, supporting efforts under the Hulu Net Sink 2030 framework. So, our partnership, based on this results-based model, gives Indonesia the recognition it does deserve for significant emission reductions from reduced deforestation. It also recognizes Indonesia's own systems for managing contributions and prioritizing support for the Follow Net Sink 2030 plan. So we are pleased to see other countries exploring this approach to results-based contributions with Indonesia. And we hope lessons from our collaboration with Indonesia can mobilize efforts to have other partners join, and indeed to finance and develop forest carbon markets. So, Norway have supported Indonesia and continues to support Indonesia through results-based payments. But we know Indonesia has great potential beyond this to attract more forest finance through forest carbon markets. We have seen the first few steps from the government including the recent regulation from the government to open up for RED projects to access these carbon markets. Globally, however, we do see buyers move more toward national or jurisdictional RED. Norway believes Indonesia would benefit from exploring this approach as a way of tapping into new markets and other buyer groups than the RED project markets, whose lifespan anyway is limited to 2030, according to the RED decisions. Now, especially seeing our current partnership is based on national accounting, meaning a key condition for making the most out of the jurisdictional forest carbon market is, or in fact, already in place. So, if deforestation is kept at a low level, using a high integrity standard like the art trees at national level, that could bring verified results to the market, voluntary or with corresponding adjustments, as Indonesia would prefer. The recently published presidential regulation on carbon economic value provides a solid framework for this approach, for optimizing economic benefits from the carbon market, particularly for the Fulu sector. This could complement already existing RED projects and maximize climate finance we know is needed to further develop Indonesia's efforts in the Fulu sector. And not taking too long, I will stop here. Thank you so much for your attention so far.
Thank you, Lee John. Yeah, I think you touched upon a number of important issues, especially with regard to two regulations in place. One is the technical thing related to MRV, and you relate that with trees, art trees. And the second one is the recent presidential regulation on the economic value. We will follow that up with regard to the pledge of Norway that made 10, 15 years ago, 1 billion, whether or not we are going to achieve that in the next 5 years. But before that, let me invite Leticia to comment on how UNDP in the technical issues can make this process to happen in the next 5 years, having experience with UNRED in the past 5-10 years. Leticia.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the question, and thank you to the government of Indonesia for the invitation to be in this important panel. Boa tarde aos brasileiros, and good afternoon to everyone. So my name is Letícia Guimarães. I'm a senior technical advisor, but also leading the carbon markets work for UNDP. And I was looking also through the history of UNRED and the support that has been given to Indonesia to prepare for this panel. UNRED has been created back in 2008 with the contribution from the government of Norway and other governments that later on followed. And the idea of UNRED was to enable forest countries to be ready for a future where results-based payments would come to fruition. And nowadays we see these realities. So it's important to look back at history and see what has happened and how far have we gone in terms of readiness. Back in 2012, through the UNRED program, technical support, the first national strategy for Indonesia was developed. And this was a moment for the country, of course, to understand the different patterns of deforestation and forest degradation in the country, organize the governance according to the principles of transparency and participation that are required under the UNFCCC, and also start developing the systems to track the information and ensure that there is transparency in monitoring and also measuring for the impact that these policies have in terms of reducing deforestation and forest degradation. And what we see that Indonesia has come so far from 2012, and I would like to congratulate all the representatives of the government for the impressive work that you have done. with local communities in terms of empowering them to conduce their practices in a more sustainable manner, but also in developing the governance structures to allow for participation of the different communities in the decision-making for these policies, as well as enabling the systems to track the emission reductions and the ongoing projects and activities to ensure that there is no double counting, that the emission reductions are real, and that this can be truly verified by independent parties. And this is no easy task, colleagues. This is something that takes a lot of years, a lot of investments, and a lot of work from government officials, coordination across different ministries, and it is indeed a very complex task. It is important to remember that we are talking here about performance-based finance. So performance-based finance encompasses RED Plus results-based payments, which is a way that you pay payments for environmental services, basically. As the government shows that they are reducing deforestation and they measure the carbon of this reduction, they are allowed to seek potential donors or funds like the GCF to pay for these results and acknowledge all the efforts done with the intention that this finance will mobilize and ensure incentives for further action to continue reducing deforestation. And we see that that has happened in Indonesia. So UNDP has worked also beyond UN-RED and beyond the work on the readiness. We were also selected by Indonesia to be their accredited entity to the Green Climate Fund, where Indonesia has received $103 million in results-based payments. And UNDP worked with the government of Indonesia in setting up the Indonesia Environment Fund with the principles and operations that allow the government to respond to the social and environmental safeguards that are required not only for RED Plus results-based payments, but also for carbon markets in the future. So I think that Indonesia is a very important case of a country that has progressed over time consistently from readiness to RED Plus results-based payments, and I'm very happy to see now that they are structuring the policies, the organizations, and the data to allow the country to further benefit from carbon finance and potentially attract very much needed private resources to continue the great work that they are doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Leticia. I'm glad to hear about the transparency and the participatory issue. Maybe we can elaborate more about that, how, you know, in the next 5 years, things getting more and more transparent and wider participation can take place. Without further ado, I would like to invite our friend from private sector here, especially the Association of the Concessionaire. I would consider this is a big player in the next RED Plus, RBP, whatever, economic value of carbon with regard to land use and land use change. Pak Purwadi, time is yours.
Yeah, thanks, Prof. Daniel. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me. It's very glad to see you all of to discuss about the future of the climate change can be maintained. I'm Purwadi Supriyanto, Secretary General of the Indonesian Association of Indonesian Forest Concessionaire. Let me give you the brief of the association. We manage around 30 million hectares area under our member. It is around 50% of the total of production forest in Indonesia. So regarding Indonesian Voluntary 2030, our management in the field will play important role. Why? Because when we are dealing with the issue of the additionality, permanency, and also additionality and baseline, etc. So what kind of the mitigation action implemented by the member or APAE will determine, influence the the achievement of Indonesian Voluntary target in 2030. So when we are talking about the carbon governance, Pak Daniel, I think we are dealing with the issue of the carbon, high carbon integrity. So in the context of, implementation carbon integrity in the field, so we're glad to see that it now open opportunity for our member to get, the credit carbon not only from the compliance approach, but also from the voluntary based on the presidential regulation number 110. So I like to underline three pillars that it should be addressed, to make sure that carbon governance, especially resulted the high integrity of carbon market, will be ensured in the field. First of all, I think we have to deal with the legality first. Based on the Indonesian regulation, all of the carbon project should be based and comply with the government regulation. It means that first you have to hold the concession license first, then you have to put you have to overlay your management plan with the target map of the Indonesian follow netting 2030. Based on follow netting, there are almost more than 10 mitigation action that should be implemented in the field, like reducing emission from forest degradation and deforestation, then sustainable forest management, then developing plantation forest, rotation and non-rotation, also maintaining water management and preventing feed from the fire and etc. So you have to overlay this. It means that your management plan should be comply with the government first. This is the first stage that we have to fulfill. The second one, of course, technically we have to meet with the robust carbon accounting, meaning that including dealing with the issue of the additionality, preparing baseline, and also issue the permanency and no double counting. Then it can be implemented in the field if at the beginning you have already done all of the preparation. And the last thing that is very important for us in the context to operate mitigation in the field is how we share the benefit of the carbon generated from the forest management unit by mitigation action. Why I put this as the priorities issue, as we are aware that if we are talking about the mitigation action, actually we cannot only depend on it or hide on it. We still have to think about the adaptation program. Sure, of course, it will relate to how we empower, educate community, and building, the community capacity to make sure that they will get the benefit from all of the mitigation in the field in the context of the, forest management unit implementation of carbon governance in the field. That's, I think, the first thing that we have to underline, Pak. Thank you.
If applause to Pak Purwadi. So for colleagues who do not know how Indonesian forest was managed, so in the past 40 years, more or less, we had 120 million hectares of forest, and the majority of that was what he called production forest. So his association related to the concession was granted a permit to cut down forests of about 30 million hectares back in the decree came out in 1980, 30 million. And now the amount or the size of forest which is under the concession and can be considered as production forest is about the same size. And we can hear just now from Pak Purwadi that there is a shift of paradigm. Instead of cutting them down, they value standing forest as carbon stock, which can be traded, can be generating income and also job for people within which people are alive in this area. So this is quite something that we need to explore further. How can that be done in the next 5 years and beyond? So it was mentioned in the opening speech by Ibu Haruni that there is a new regulation related to economic value of carbon, which is handled by the Ministry of Environment for all sectors, including land sector. So we would like to hear more about how to implement that. In addition to RBP, the NAK and other scheme of financing climate will profile in the future. So Pak Wahyu Marjaka will explain to us how this new scheme will be implemented starting from this year. Pak Wahyu.
Well, thank you very much, Prof. Daniel Mudiar. So thank you very much to be invited in this very good forum. As we understand that recently we just heard that the new regulation has issued, we call it Presidential Regulation number 110/2025, concerning the carbon economic value. One of the important issues of this regulation is aimed for strengthening the implementation of carbon trading in the NDC sector and subsector. Of course, it is including the forestry sector. It is hoped that strengthening can be carried out by ensuring that the consolidations and transparency of sector data will be further improved. We have a lot of experience. We have the experience in the REDD Plus that we need to be improved the data integration in the registry system. We understand that to develop new registry system is very important. To strengthen the carbon trading into every sector need to be supported by the registry system. So it means this registry system from the sector, subsector to national registry system and the interconnected to international registry is very important. That we can track all transaction, we can track the budget, the movement of the credit, including forestry sector, is needed to be transparent with a high integrity criteria. So by strengthening the registry system has a consequence. Each sector have to develop their capacity. They need to develop their technology and they need to develop the financial support. This is very important in the future. So that's why starting with the new regulation, we have to prepare the consolidation and the integration, the system data in all sectors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Wahyu. Give a big applause to Pak Wahyu and all the speakers. And we have plenty of time for you, audience, to get further information. I think it was the invitation from Liv John that Indonesia gave a very exemplary moment to other countries in terms of leadership in running forest carbon project. Maybe you have similar kind of challenges and situation that you can clarify and get more information from the audience. Please do so. But before that, I would like to perhaps also trickle the questions and discussion by asking maybe a bit naughty question to you all, guys. I was starting with the pledge from Norway 15 years ago that 1 billion will be available, as to oppose with the recent pledge from Indonesian government, equally a big amount. So from the presentation that Ibu Haruni gave, I think it's almost half of it's already been earned by Indonesia, 490 something million, and the remaining amount is still there. Do you think, Liv John, this with the experience we had in the past, Indonesia can, make opportunity and make use of this pledge in the future with the developed kind of capacity to do that since readiness phase until the implementation? And what would you see in terms of possible handicap or barrier that that thing can happen? Thank you.
First of all, let me repeat, it is fantastic to see Indonesia show real leadership and progress in this place. So, with the ambitions raised for the folio sector further than before, and reconfirming climate commitments, reconfirming the elements of the folio net sink, which we heard about now, how it will be rolled out. Sorry about that. And with the commitment to the Tropical Forest Forever facility, the table is set for improving results even further. For yet further results, as we can, if your graphs continue the way they were looking, we see no reason why this shouldn't go develop further, to continue the partnership, the emissions reductions continuing. There will be further results-based payments, all other conditions in place. So, that's our commitment, reflecting your commitment.
Do you think the R3 tool will help to achieve that? And if it is so, how can people be equipped and enhance their capacity to do that?
We truly believe that aiming for the highest integrity standard would make a lot of sense for a country with the kind of capacity that Indonesia has demonstrated. So that would be the right approach in our thinking for Indonesia, and the one that would generate the most significant results.
Would you like to entertain questions from the floor?
For sure.
Any question for Liv John? With regard to Norwegian pledge and tool they provide to achieve what is called high integrity carbon, emission reduction progresses. Questions from Indonesia, Brazil, or I saw there. Lei. Anybody can help her with the microphone, please? Otherwise, you have to come up here, Lei.
Thank you, Pak Daniel, for the opportunity. I would like to ask questions to Liv regarding your pledge on the Norway. You've been investing in Indonesia. Your country has been investing in Indonesia for some money, some funds, especially under the result-based payment. Yeah. So, how do you see the lessons from RBP to ensure that next batch of funding for climate and forest can be more effective as well as flow into the right direction and also targeting the correct and right beneficiaries? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good questions. I think the current basis of the cooperation, the results-based cooperation, already lays an excellent basis for Indonesia expanding into forest carbon markets, because this results-based payment is already based on a forest reference emissions level, having been agreed between the parts. The model is based on the RED decisions, the RED model agreed by the UNFCCC. So, this is the best possible preparations for entering into forest carbon markets at scale. And Indonesia, together with Brazil and DRC being the forest superpowers, this is the sort of approach that would appear appropriate for Indonesia. And this is now the challenge to just take these experience into forest carbon markets with the private sector and in the voluntary carbon market and further beyond that. And we think our cooperation has been makes an excellent preparation for that.
Thank you, Lijon. You mentioned about superpower. The next one will be Brazil, I guess. Anybody from Brazil would like to ask further questions with regard to the pledge and facilities that Norway provide? Colleagues from Brazil? No? Or from other countries? If not, my next question, which is closely related to first one, is not to you, Leticia, but to Pak Wahyu about the governance of economic value of carbon. So do you see RBP as a challenge, as a competitor in your mix of financing of carbon with regard to the governance of NEK? Any sense of, response on that? Because you have also the so-called blending financing. So what is the RBP in the context of that?
Yes, thank you very much, Pak Daniel. Yes, at the first time we developed the carbon economic value, actually we have a 4 mechanism: RBP, emission trading, levy, and the other mechanism. So it means the position of each mechanism is similar. So if we think that RBP is a competitive of the other mechanism, it's not like that. So we considering that every mechanism should be complementary or should be supporting each other. For example, in Indonesian experience, RBP, we have already achieved a higher achievement of the performance base. And after that, using the modality, we can develop any structure and a modality for developing the other mechanism that we already done in Indonesia. So it means using the RBP, we can use as a modality. Using it, we can have experience to support development of other mechanism. If we considering the other mechanism also complementary, and we can work in the same situation like this.
Okay, thank you. I understand that the RBP result or carbon credited from the RBP is not sold elsewhere, and it will retire in Indonesia. How do you see this in the next round if people are interested to buy this credit in the open market like IDX? How the governance of RBP will take place in the future?
Yeah, I think this is challenging to set up the situation that RBP that cannot be transferred to international, for example, for the credit. But the other possibility using VCM, voluntary carbon market, we can have approachment to transfer the credit after get the authorization and the corresponding adjustment. So it means there is a different rule of the RBP and the carbon trading, even in the forestry sector. Thank you.
Do you see the RBP price stay low, or will they be increased in the future?
No, I don't think so. This is still low because we already negotiated with the, for example, the biocarbon fund. Yeah, and the RBP in the FCBF, we got the deal, the price in $5 per ton. But in the biocarbon fund, we already get the higher price, $7. Even just at $2, this is increasing.
Okay. So you know my question is naughty. Eh? Another question from the floor. Again, I think Lee is very keen to see this dollars symbol, right?
Yeah, the topic is close to my heart. Beria Lemona from C4 Ikraf. So what I understand that TFFF, it targets about 125 billion US dollar, right? With 20 billion coming from the public money, it means that there's still 110 billion coming from the private sector investment. So my questions will be to Pak Wahyu. How confident are Indonesian government as one of the future recipients of this TFFF, ensuring that there will be still coming money to our country instead of our investment of 1 billion. Yeah, and then maybe also to leave for the NICFI. What will be the NICFI strategy to ensure that this rest of money also can come and also integrate together to make the visions happening? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Actually, RBP is RBP right now. We run the good manner in the implementation of the RBP. However, Indonesia using the new regulation, we try to align compliance market and voluntary carbon market. This is the opportunity to set up the new condition and ecosystem that we confident the money will come to Indonesia. Exactly, yes.
Leticia, you want to add on?
I'm sorry to jump in, but
Yeah, no
I'm
problem.
also very passionate about the topic. It's actually 25 million, it's not 125 million. And the money that is put by the different donors is actually, the money is countries and others who invest on it receive a return on this investment. So it's not a donation from Indonesia that's taken away from investments in their countries. It's actually an investment that can generate more investments for the country as well. So I wanted to just clarify this point. I wanted to also to comment on a point that was made before. I think it was very interesting, the Indonesian strategy for how to do the optimal allocation of the different mitigation outcomes from the forest sector. So I think 1 or 2 years ago, PAC came to us at UNDP and it was like, what would be your technical advice in terms of the different allocations of these different assets, considering the requirements of the different funds and donors, and also the fact that some of it is transferable, others can be used for the NDC. Indonesia's NDCs rely heavily on the land use and forest sector. So if you transfer out, you may be in a position later on that you need to buy ITIMOS from another country for a higher price. So this is strategic outlook that countries need to have is something that Indonesia 2 years ago was already thinking about this, concerned about this, and trying to prepare the legislation to ensure that the different types of investments would be going to the targeted areas. And I think one of the initiatives that I was very pleased to see is also the work that Indonesia is doing in terms of restoration of forests in general, but also mangues. Now I forget how to say in English.
Mangroves?
Mangroves. Sorry, thank you. Thank you so much. It's a huge effort from the government to make sure that these ecosystems are restored, and these are key ecosystems for the planet as a whole, but also the local environment, and this requires substantive investments. And I think it's in restoration where potentially a lot of the private sector projects that are ongoing have a highest potential to drive from, either from the voluntary carbon markets or even Article 6, because those are very costly activities in which the return is not always there because the financial mechanisms are not adapted for this type of investment where it takes a long time and survival rates are not always guaranteed. So I think it's very interesting, and this type of strategic outlook, thinking about what Daniel said in terms of 5 years, the country will need to constantly think about the next steps, move forward, go back, rethink, is this working or not? What would be the best allocation? How are prices of the different assets? And I see in Indonesia and the way that they are organizing the different instruments that they are making sure that there is this flexibility and that strategic guidance is being given to the private sector and other investors with how the country can progress achieving the NDC and bringing prosperity to people on the ground as well.
Livjon, you want to add?
Absolutely. And I think the most fantastic thing about the Tropical Forest Forever facility is that it does address the issue that was somehow and to some extent left behind when we set up RED back in the day. You know, how to pay for standing forests. And there has been some attempts, and there's been some successes, such as in Guyana, to do that, but it hasn't taken off on a massive scale, something that, for instance, Central Africa is very much waiting for, with a lot of standing forest, and I suppose Papua too. So, you know, it does, in a way, it represents the next level, the next step, perhaps RED phase 4, except it's not RED. But, and I think we share your concerns and the opportunities, which was recognized with Indonesia's fantastic investment in TFFF, in that this goes beyond public funding. It makes use of private capital and private investment in a whole new and innovative way, which recognizes the geopolitical situation that ODA is in trouble these days. There are setbacks, and we need to look for new ways and innovative ways of financing development and biodiversity protection. So I think this is something that complements very well the current cooperation on the results-based finance, as well as developing that further into forest carbon markets at various scales. As we have heard, this can be the existing projects will be nested, should be nested. The projects will have to account for their environmental integrity at large, and you know, let's hope that the projects haven't already taken up so much of the carbon quotas or carbon accounting that there will be little left for national accounting. That would be too bad, because that's the experience of some other countries, and so that's why nesting needs to be done carefully so as to ease projects into jurisdictional and national accounting, especially since 5 years to go before 2030, when everything has to be national. That's not too far away. Thank you.
Thank you, Liv John. Before I give the floor, the chance to the floor again, I do not want to ask you, maybe I will ask you later, Leticia, but close to the issue of opportunities, I would like to hear from the Association of Concession Holder, because the title of this session is Unlocking. Unlocking. I heard from time to time that this is not locked anymore. It's open. How do you see this, Pak Burwadi, as you know, players who are holding so much, you know, opportunity to see this opportunity with regard to let the forest standing that Liv John was saying earlier. How do you see this?
Yeah, thanks, Prof. I think thanks again, Pak Wahyu, for the opportunity by issuing presidential regulation number 110, which is actually giving the flexibility for the concessionaire to choose the methodology, not only in the mandatory but also the voluntary carbon market. Why it is important? Because you know, there are a lot of progress in the world currently, and actually based on the regulation it is open instead of RBP, Pak. And it is giving us the opportunity to generate a credit card from the concessionaire while remain fulfill the NDC target. I think that is the two messages, the important message. First, we can have a carbon credit to be traded, and the second one, we still have opportunity or still fulfill the NDC target. So that's why instead of the financing issue, as Pak Liv said, it can be generated by voluntary carbon mechanism, because we do believe that it will generate more and higher, you know, price than sorry to say, Pak, RBP at the current situation. But of course, we still have a challenge when we are going to adopt the voluntary carbon, as we understand from the coming adoption of the Article 6.4. So I think it will influence and challenges of the voluntary carbon market. But we do believe by, applied the robust methodology and also link with UN FCCC methodology, it can be prepared from the beginning, then we can adjust what the new feature and we can anticipate. For example, correct me if I am wrong, Pak. For the red plus, I think it will be eligible under 6.4 when the seller country has fulfilled at least 4 requirements. And they have already prepared the national plan, monitoring plan, safeguard, and forest reference level instead. So I think it still have a high opportunity for us to adopt the voluntary carbon market as well. We are trying to prepare the adoption of the Article 6.4 in the near future. That's my point.
So you are aiming higher price.
Yes, sure, Pak. Oh,
Okay.
one more thing. I am really interested about the, what do you call it? The new feature of RBP. I do believe that will be like jurisdictional nested approach, right? Yeah, because honestly, Pak, the 5 years the implementation of RBP, it's not, sorry to say, it's not attract the investment of private sector. So because it's still not clear the benefit that can return to us. So I think with the approach of jurisdictional and nested approach, we can choose whether one of the methodology or the benefit can be attracted from the private sector investment. So we have to going through the detail of the jurisdictional nested, and I do think, believe that Indonesia now is in the process to prepare this. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you very much. Before you respond on that, Leif John, you can raise your hand again, but let's give the opportunity for the audience to raise any question or clarification from the panel member here. You are forbidden, Leif. Any other questions? You still have one? You sure? Okay. It sounds like C4 graph session here, no? Go ahead.
I cannot help asking question. Well, yeah, as you know that the TFFF, they are talking about structure of forest, yeah? They use the definition of FAO for eligibility of the funding. Don't you think this is something that become decreasing? I mean, before when we are talking about the payment for ecosystem services, we are talking about payment of performance-based. But now, which is linked to the functions of ecosystem. But now you're coming back to the structure. Don't you think this is something making it left behind? Thank you.
Yes, sure. I think the involvement Indonesia and then TFFF is very important, and I do believe that a lot of discussion will be going through in detail how this pledge can be implemented in the supporter of the country. And yeah, we discussed yesterday a lot of possibility how the finance from the pledge can be drawn in the operation, not only for the carbon trading, also how to conserve and how to get the payment of in-prime services. So I do believe that it's not only dealing with the carbon trading, carbon credit. It will be a large issue that we can address by this pledge, I do believe. Thank you.
Please, John.
Thank you so much. And just to make sure, while we're discussing projects and national and whatever is in between, nesting, right? Just like I highlighted in my introduction, one of the key features of our current cooperation is to respect Indonesia's way of setting up their own systems and the way of distributing funds and investing in how to go further in the future. Much the same way as we have worked with Brazil over the years. And this will obviously continue, and this is very well reflected in the regulation we have discussed here, that all of these efforts have to be supported in their own ways. Meaning that there is a place for the existing projects, there is a place for mangrove restoration, there is a place for peat restoration. All of these systems, whether they fit into a forest carbon market model or not. And then just one final point, when you compare, or if one compares results-based payments with carbon market prices, that's not really fair, I think, because our results-based partnership has been a dry run. It has been a rehearsal, so to speak, for the forest carbon market, which we expect to raise prices much beyond $5, of course. So that shouldn't be the comparison, but the main thing here is Indonesia, as it is already demonstrating so well, it is using the full panoply of approaches to reduce emissions and restock forests and increase value of forests. So that's in all of these dimensions, Indonesia is an example for others. And the main point is, again, Indonesia chooses its own systems and its own approaches, and the world will listen.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, Liv John, for the clarification. I think we are comfortable with that, I guess. Leticia, one thing which is always forgotten here is, as development agency, how this business of carbon trading, result-based payment, be better performed when the indigenous people and local community are involved. Do you have any advice or perhaps way forward kind of action to do involving them, please?
Thank you so much for this question, Daniel, because for UNDP, as you mentioned, we are a development agency. So when carbon markets came as a topic, the key question that my boss asked me was, why would we engage on this? No, like there is the UN Environment Agency, there is the UN Climate Agency, why the development agency needs to engage on it? And for us, also learning from REDD+, we realized that these activities, in particular in the forest sector, are connected. So when we talk at UNDP about integrity of carbon markets, different from many players that talk about environmental integrity, meaning a solid carbon accounting, no double counting and all of that, for UNDP, social integrity stands on the same level as environmental integrity. So we are talking here about guaranteeing that the local communities, indigenous peoples participate not only in the benefits that are shared, but also in the design of the policies and interventions that will impact their territories. We are talking about the generation of jobs for local communities. We are talking about making sure the investments of the whole supply chain in carbon markets, which is not only the credits that are traded, right? You have project developers, you have the verifiers, you have the auditors, you have the rating agencies. Most of this come from the global north. And that should not be the case. It should be coming from the global south, because a lot of the challenges that we face in validation and verification process is actually experts that were trained in temperate forests and now come to tropical forests and sometimes don't fully understand the dynamics of that ecosystem. And connecting the global ambition with local action is what is key for this. And one thing that Indonesia has done that to us was very interesting, and we worked with Indonesia in this process through the Indonesia Environment Fund, is making sure that most of the resource-based payments that they receive through the Green Climate Fund goes to the people on the ground. So out of $103 million that were received, 93 went down to the local level. And not only the direct resources that these communities are receiving, but also more than 1,000 capacity building workshops and efforts to make sure that everyone is just not listening, but that they fully understand what's being discussed and they can participate, ask questions, make sure that their interests are respected, making sure that the customary rights of these communities are recognized. There is no REDD+ without rights. Rights to the local communities to manage their own territories. I think Indonesia has done a great work in incorporating the social and environmental safeguards into the procedures of the Indonesia Environment Fund. And this is a good that was generated for the country that goes above and beyond this 103 million. Because now donors that come in will know that this is institutionalized through the operations of the fund, and that the disbursement of future resources they receive will abide with the same criteria. And the good news here is that when we work with them on the social and environmental safeguards, since UNDP also has its own safeguards, we made sure that it's encompassing. So if Indonesia chooses to go through our trees, at least on the social and environmental safeguards, I can tell you that they are ready to go. So this is the good news. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the bonus you gave about that. Benefits will be enjoyed by the local community. I would like to encourage our, especially Brazilian friend here, what is been mentioned by our colleague from UNDP, who is Brazilian. Please do so. Feel more relaxed to ask these very questions about. I think it's common issue also in Indonesia. Please do so if you have any questions or concern about how the local community can get the access to that benefits.
Pode perguntar em português que eu posso traduzir também, se vocês
It can
quiserem.
be in Portuguese too.
That's
yeah?
what I said.
All right. Go ahead. Please. No? Yes. Okay, good. This is better.
Thank you. Hello, Leticia. You have just talked about that. Vou falar em português. Que você acabou de falar que para fazer o desenvolvimento no mercado de carbono, a maioria dos desenvolvedores eles são da parte do norte em vez da parte do sul. Eu gostaria de saber quais são os mecanismos, que formas que seriam interessantes de fazer para que essas pessoas das partes do sul poderiam desenvolver esses projetos e essas questões para que seja de uma forma assim, para que desenvolvesse essas regiões do sul.
So his question is about the comment that I made about the global north being where most of the experts in carbon markets are, and the fact that most of the resources are not only in the purchase of the credits, but also investments in the supply chain. And he's asking, how can we make sure that more expertise is developed in the global south to change this current situation? I'm going to reply in English so everyone can understand, but it's basically making sure that the capacity is built on the ground. There is no other way around this. A good example, just so we have a reference here, the Clean Development Mechanism, which was what anticipated the Article 6, is a clear example of how this capacity can be developed. It was a mechanism that mainly China, India, and Brazil benefited from, because they had already some installed capacity in terms of engineers, forest engineers, but other areas. And these people were trained to develop carbon projects and do this type of verification. So nowadays, you do have a lot of verifiers from India. You don't have any verifiers in Brazil as far as I know, but you have a lot of project developers in Brazil. And in China, you have both. And the same needs to be done in other countries. And I think it's currently being done. When we worked with Indonesia, this process of channeling the resources to the ground also requires an auditor. It's not a carbon auditor, but it's an auditor of performance. And one of the requirements from the government was, I want an auditor that is from Indonesia. Having the opportunity to engage in markets is how you build capacity. You can do a lot of courses and training, but it is through experience that this is learned. So we need to start building these capacities, but also creating incentives for these companies to operate in this market as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leticia. So I think I've got the signal that our time is over. Just to conclude what we can take home, the message from the distinguished panel here is, number one, well, RBP is a kind of experience that Indonesia and perhaps also other countries can learn how we can benefit from protecting forests to reduce emission and also get the wealth of that process for the local community. And the new area or arena under the TFFF would be a kind of stimulus to go beyond RBP and certainly to achieve the main objective of TFFF is to let the forest standing, and we can get incentive from there beyond what we have been doing through RBP processes. And lastly, for Indonesian context, I think RBP is only one of the financing mechanism, and there are many more, including the trading and within this context of land sector. So with that, I would like to end this session. And again, let's give a round of applause to our panel here. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Daniel, for navigating such an interesting and interactive discussions. Please stay on the stage, Pak, and thank you also to all speakers for bringing diverse perspectives on unlocking the potential of carbon economic value. And we do value your contribution and your time. And Professor Haruni, on behalf of the Ministry of Forestry, would like to hand over a special note of thanks to everyone. Thank you, Pak Daniel. I think, again, by integrating the carbon economic value into the Polunatsing 2030, Indonesia could possibly take the lead in fulfilling its climate ambitions along with to achieve its economic development. Lastly, to Lee Yong, thank you very much once again for the insightful experience you share with all of us today. So to wrap up, I kindly invite Prof. Haruni to take position in the center, Ibu. To take a position in the center, we're going to have a group photo together. Okay. Oh, everybody, please move forward a few steps forward. Okay, thank you very much once again. Thank you, Pak Daniel. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please stay around. Our last session of the day will be starting in the next 10 minutes. Thank you, and we'll see you soon. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're almost reached the end of our program today, but I hope you're still full of positive energy and motivation to learn from our speakers today. So we'll be talking about ammonia. Ammonia as a backbone of fertilizer production is fundamental to energy and food security. Having said that, it is the carbon and energy intensive industry. So we're going to learn what are the industrial innovatives to redefine the fertilizer production in order to not reduce carbon emissions, but also to create opportunities beyond the agriculture sectors. Let's begin the session by inviting our keynote speaker, Bapak Dwi Satrio Anurogo. He is the Director of Operation from PT Pupuk Indonesia.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished leaders, global partners, ladies and gentlemen. It is honor to be stand here in the COP30 in Brazil in Amazonia in Belem. Yeah. We are now in the Belem city, the gate of the Amazons, amazing zone. That's a very, very important area where 20 up to 30% of oxygen of the world is produced in here. Ladies and gentlemen, the words today stand at a decisive point. Climate resilience is no longer a matter of choice. It is a necessity to the economic stability, global security, and human survival. As we accelerate toward a low-carbon future, one-third become clearer. Food system and industrial transformations must advance hand in hand. There is no climate resilience without food resilience, and no food security without responsible industry. Ladies and gentlemen, as the N-based fertilizer producer, as the largest N-based fertilizer producer in Asia Pacific, Middle East, and North Africa region, Pupuk Indonesia carries a responsibility that goes beyond business. We help farmers grow food for more than 280 million Indonesian people. At Pupuk Indonesia, we believe the circular economy is essential to securing both climate goal and food security. Our purpose is clear: contributing national food security and sustainable economic growth. This responsibility shapes our transition pathway and defines our leadership ambitions. Ladies and gentlemen, to reduce ammonia, Pupuk Indonesia integrates technology-based innovation with nature-based solutions. To achieve our 2030 decarbonization target, Pupuk Indonesia focus on energy efficiency, including plant revamping, equipment replacement, and CO2 utilization to produce like soda ash. Between 2030 up to 2045, we will begin a gradually transition from gray ammonia to blue and green ammonia. By 2050, we aim to achieve net zero emissions. Around 95% of the reduction will come from technological sides. Remaining 5% of emission will be balanced through nature-based solution, including agroforestry, mangrove restorations, and forest conservation programs. Ladies and gentlemen, as the heart of the transformation, are the farmers, the backbone of Indonesia food security. Circular economy has no matters, has no meaning if farmers are not part of the transitions. That's why we are investing in digital agriculture, precision fertilizers services, soil health mapping, and advanced technology, drone technology, and AI-enabled economic guidance. These innovations This innovation helps farmers use nutrient efficiency, reduce waste, and increasing productivity, and will preserving soil and water system. Our aspiration goes beyond providing fertilizers. We are building a new generation of climate smart farmer. Ladies and gentlemen, Pupuk Indonesia Group comes to COP30 not only to share the progress, but to forge alliance with global partners and who share our vision of a circular resilience and low carbon business and also agri-chemical industry system. We are ready to learn collaborations and to lead where we can. Finally, I'm eager to hear the perspective shared in the upcoming dialogue and continuing learning together on our journey. Thank you. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Pak Satrio. He did mention about the circular economy that's being adopted within the business value chain and the operation. So we're going to learn later on the impact when it's rooted across the industry operation and what it is like, the output, as well as the technological innovation applicable to ensure the transition towards sustainable and resilient agricultural system is effective and affordable. So to be able to answer these questions, please welcome Nendra Gunawan. He is the VP of Environmental Affairs PT Pupuk Indonesia. Okay, I have 4 gentlemen, 4 directors, and 1 gentlewoman. Actually, no, gentlewoman is a fashion product from Thailand. 1 lady, okay? I call out one by one. The first one, of course, lady first. Sustainability and Decarbonization Project Manager PT Pupuk Indonesia Persero, Ibu Rina Mariana. Bapak Bambang Ari Wibowo, SVP of HSE and Technology, PT Petro Kimia Gresik. Bapak Happy Abivara, SVP of HSE and Technology, PT Pupuk Kalimantan Timur. Bapak Panji Ruki, Director of Risk Management, PT Pupuk Sriwijaya Palembang. As well as Felipe Salgado, Energy Transition and Low Carbon Economy Expert and Professional, KPMG Brazil. Over to you.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Boa tarde. Bem-vindo ao Pavillion Indonesia. Selamat siang, selamat datang di Pavillion Indonesia. Good afternoon everyone, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you to the Pavillion Indonesia to discuss regarding the redefining fertilizer for climate and food securities, also with implementations and the best practices that we have done throughout our Pupuk Indonesia group. And today we will have Felipe Salgado, Pak Happy Abivara, Pak Panji Ruki, Pak Bambang, and Ibu Rina to present their respective presentation. And we will start with Felipe to deliver his presentation. Felipe, The stage is yours.
Can I have the slider? Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here with you to share some thoughts, initial thoughts about the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, and how the SDGs can accelerate collective action for people, planet, and prosperity, with a particular focus on fertilizer sector and the whole of circular economy in driving systemic transformation. I'm Felipe Salgado. I'm the Director of Climate Change for KPMG Brazil, and also supporting a few countries in South America. Sorry about this. So here's a few topics that we want to share today. And to start, the SDGs are more than just a list of goals. It's important to understand that these are humanity's shared blueprint of for peace, prosperity, and planetary well-being. Adopted in 2015 by 119 UN member states as part of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. They provide a universal framework to balance economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental protection. And COP here in Brazil, in Belem, marks the 10th anniversary of the SDGs. But as we approach 2030, we are not on track, on the right track to achieve these goals. Conflicts, structural vulnerabilities, and limited fiscal space impede SDGs progress in many parts of the world. According to the latest Sustainable Development Report, most UN member states have made strong progress on targets related to access to basic service and infrastructure, including mobile broadband use, SDG 9, access to electricity, SDG 7, internet use, SDG 9, under 5 mortality rate, SDG 3, and also neonatal mortality, SDG 3 also. So this is a pivotal moment. Sustainability cannot be an agenda of few. It must be a responsibility for all. And that's, we need to accelerate collective action. And that's why we are here today during this conference. One of the most powerful aspects of it, SDGs, in my opinion, is their interconnections. Progress in one areas drives progress in others. For example, ending poverty and hunger, SDG 1 and 2, requires resilient food systems and inclusive growth. About our topic today, or about our discussion today, circularity in fertilizers touch multiple SDGs. SDG 2, zero hunger, resilient food systems through nutrient recovery. SDG 12, for responsible consumption and production, so closing material loops. SDGs 13, climate action, so circular economy contribute to reduce carbon emissions from productions and transportation. And also SDG 9, we can have that is related to industry, innovation, and infrastructure, enabling clean techs and regenerative agriculture, So the main message, the key message here is there is no single actor to achieve these SDGs alone. This is a multi-stakeholder approach. This is our collective agenda. Sorry. Okay. So, to truly meet the SDGs, we must move beyond incremental change and embrace systemic innovation. This means rethinking how we produce, consume, and manage resource. Not just optimizing process, but redesign the entire value chain. And this is what we are going to discuss here with some concrete examples. The global fertilizer, just to give some bold numbers here, the global fertilizer market is valued at over 200 billion US dollars and projected to reach 300 billion US dollars by 2030. Brazil alone represents 37 billion US dollars, growing at a rate of 5 to 7% annually. And yet over 80% of the Brazilian fertilizers are imported. So circular models such as recovery nutrient fertilizers from agriculture residues, wastewater and food waste can reduce important dependence, cut emissions by up to 30 to 40% and unlock new revenue streams. For example, nutrient recovery from livestock waste in Europe has already saved millions of tons of synthetic fertilizer annually. Practical example that we are going to explore more in details during this conversation. So circularity is not a separate goal, it's a bridge connecting multiple SDGs, as I mentioned before, to practical actions. By embedding circular thinking into fertilizer and an ammonia value chain, we can drive systemic change, delivering food security, climate resilience, and economic growth simultaneously. So, how do we accelerate this progress? First, we need to integrate policies that align economic, social, and environmental objectives. The private sector must lead responsible investments, innovation, and supply chain transparency. Imagine if 20% of the global fertilizer demand came from recovered nutrients, as I mentioned before, by 2030. This could save millions of tons of CO2 and billions in resources extraction. So what policies, partnerships, and investments are willing to commit today to make this happen? This is something that I really want to ask you to think about during this discussion. Political and private partnerships are crucial to mobilize finance and technology at scale. We must also engage young and communities to ensure inclusivity and long-term impact. And just a quick message for the vision, for the future. Advancing the ESGs means building a future where growth is inclusive and equitable, energy is clean and affordable, cities are resilient and livable, and production and consumptions are sustainable. This is not only a moral imperative, it's an economic opportunity, a new business model that we should consider in our day by day. By unlocking innovation, investments, and resilience, we can create value for society and for the business. The 2030 agenda is not just about achieving 17 SDGs in a separate way or separate goals. It's about realize one integrated vision, a world that thrives in balance with people and planet. Every action counts, no matter how small. If we act together, guided by science, solidarity, and shared purpose, we can still deliver on the SDGs and secure a sustainable, equitable, and hopeful future for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Felipe. And the next presentation, we will enjoy the presentation from Mrs. Rina Mariana regarding the implementation of the decarbonization program and sustainability in Pupuk Indonesia Group. Bu Rina, the stage is yours.
Test. Okay, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to speak on these remarkable occasions. Today, I would like to share with you regarding Pupuk Indonesia circular economy strategies and also its alignment with sustainability performance. Next slide, please. Pupuk Indonesia stands as the largest nitrogen-based fertilizers in fertilizer producer in Asia Pacific, Middle East, and North Africa. We produce around 7 million tons of ammonia and 9.4 million tons of urea. The group ensures fertilizer production and supply stability across Indonesia and the region. In 2025, Pupuk Indonesia achieved an ESG rating of 61 by S&P Global, an improvement from 56 in 2024, which is mainly driven by environmental performance improvement, such as enhanced climate strategy, water stewardship, and also environmental policy and management. Next slide, please. Okay. This slide shows how Pupuk Indonesia transformed the linear process to circular process. In a linear value chain, the raw materials is extracted, processed into products, and then the product is consumed. There is no utilization of emission or waste, and also excess of energy. This is different with the circular process. In the circular process, we implement the energy recovery, decarbonization, process optimization, product improvement, and also operational enhancement. We also begin by shifting gradually our fossil-based feedstock to the green hydrogen to produce the hybrid green ammonia in order to reduce the emission intensity of the fertilizers. In the circular process, we treat waste not as a burden, but as a resource. For example, CO2 emissions is captured and also utilized, become soda ash, liquid CO2, and also dry ice. Organic waste becomes compost and also organic fertilizers. Inorganic waste such as plastics and paper go to the recycle programs, and then the fly ash is used for the filler for the NPK fertilizers, and also the particulate dust from urea granulation has a potential to be converted into multi-nutrient fertilizers. Here also the excess energy is recovered going back to the process to be utilized, so therefore we can achieve the more efficient product. Okay, next slide please. Okay, as Felipe explained before, the circular economy is deeply interconnected with ESG frameworks, because it can strengthen the environmental stewardship and then give a social impact and also governance excellence. In environmental standpoint, the circular economy strategies including resource efficiency, emission utilization, waste to value, eco-product and technology innovation can give an impact to the sustainability by reducing the emission, reducing the use of the raw materials, and also utilization waste heat. And also we can produce the low carbon intensity of the fertilizers, which can reduce our Scope 3 emissions. And then in a social standpoint, our strategy is a circular livelihoods circular entrepreneurship, health and well-being, which can give impact by creating the new green jobs, involvement of women and youth, and also empowered village become co-producers. So we can create financial support to the community, and also the clean environment and better nutrition for the local community. And then one of the most important is also the governance. The governance act as enabler to accelerate this achievement of the targets through data management, MRV systems, and also sustainability policy. Next slide, please. Okay. This slide shows the circular economy best practices in Pupuk Indonesia. Here I only will share with you the overview, and then our groups will explain the more detail about the circular economy program. The first is waste to value. Here we utilize the fly ash as the filler and also coating agent for the NPK fertilizers, and the fly ash and bottom ash is utilizing for the paving blocks, and also the organic waste we convert it into the compost or organic fertilizers. We also utilize the CO2 to become CO2 liquid, dry ice, and also soda ash. In energy recovery, we utilize the waste heat, and then we also drive the eco product and also technology innovation through the development of the hybrid green ammonia to lower the carbon intensity and also control release fertilizers to reduce our Scope 3 emission. And then the last is resource efficiency through the implementation of energy efficiency improvement and also process optimization. Through this implementation, the circular economy can give an impact. We can reduce the emission, so the estimation is around 2.28 million tons of CO2 per year. And then we can also gain the revenue, which is around 14 million USD per year, and also the cost saving, around 12 million USD per year. So here we can see that circular economy gives the sustainability impact, but can also create a value for the company. Next slide. We also drive the social impact through circular economy program involving the local community. Here we implement the multi-stakeholder collaboration, consists of our company and also micro, small, and medium enterprises, local communities consisting of women, youth, and also farmers, NGO and academia, supply chain partners, and off-taker. Here again, we treat the waste not as a burden, but as a resource. We convert the organic waste and inorganic waste to create value-added products, and also reducing waste and deliver measurable and social benefit, social and economic benefit, them to distribute to the off-taker also. And also absorbing the CO2, to reduce the remaining emission. We develop the nature-based solution because we have a target to achieve net zero emission in 2050. Our main strategy is carbon inset, but to achieve the net zero, we still have remaining carbon emission, which is around 1.7 million tons CO2 equivalent. Here we develop the NBS because it can create the sustainable impact to the society also. So in 2025, our target is around 1.7 million tons in a carbon offset, which is equal to 365,000 hectares of the land. We already start the NBS programs. The first is Agroforestry Carbon Alliance. We already implemented 200 hectares in this first quarter, and then now we are going to expand up to 1,000 hectares in last quarter of this year. We see here that we already we calculate the ROI, and also we calculate the analysis cost and benefit ratio. The second is a mangrove restoration in East Kalimantan. Here we cannot alone because we don't have the land, so we create the collaboration and joint initiative with other company and also with Lembaga Hutan Desa. Currently, the feasibility study is done. Now we are in progress to prepare the project design document. And then the third is agroforestry in Blora, Central Java. Why we choose agroforestry? Yeah, because we can get the crops, yeah, and then the society can can get the benefits by selling the crops. Okay, next slide. Okay. To accelerate the circular economy transformation, the multidimensional enabler should be applied. The first is a community partnership, working with farmers, women, youth, inclusive groups, and also recycling enterprises. And then the second is strategic partnership, both national and global, in order to align the policy, roadmap, and also drive innovation. And then the third is a financial and market, including the green bonds, monetizing the carbon emission reduction to carbon trading, and also sustainable link loan. And then the fourth is a digital and data. Digital MRV, integrated data for operation, energy, and also emission. The data is very important to prevent the greenwashing. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is the strategic framework and roadmap of our circular economy. The core layer, yeah, the first is the policy and guidelines. This is very important to drive the direction, which consists of sustainability policy, and Pupuk Indonesia already have the sustainability policy. And then the second is a climate action policy. And then the third is product, energy, social circularity guidelines. In the middle layers, the government aspects, data baseline, now we are working with that, and also data management, MRV systems, ISO implementation for the circular economy. And then the outer layer is the pillar and the focus area, including industry, energy, product circularity, social circularity. And this is our roadmap. Up to 2027, we would like to establish our circular economy roadmap. Actually, we already established the roadmap, and then the next is we would like to prepare, yeah, the implementation strategy and action plans yearly, and then strengthening governance aspects. From 2028 up to 2030, we would like to upscale circular impact, empower multidimensional enablers that I said before, and then develop digital MRV. From 2030 to 2035, piloting zero waste industrial clusters in one of our subsidiaries, and also gaining more revenue from circularity products. From 2036 to 2040, strengthening value chain of the circularity. And then from 2041 to 2045, we would like to implement the beyond business as usual in circular economy. Okay, next slide. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. This is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Bu Rina. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you Pak Happy Abifara to present the presentation regarding the sustainability programs in Pupuk Kalimantan Timur. Pak Abi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pak Nendra. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so glad to be here. So today I would like to start by addressing the critical need to move away from the conventional linear economy, a system based on the taking resources, producing goods, and ultimately disposing of them. This model is no longer compatible with the growing environmental challenges and resource limitation that we face. Circular economy provides a strategic approach to achieve this transformation. It focuses on maintaining the value of material as long as possible, turning byproduct into valuable resources, optimizing production processes, and driving continuous improvement. In this presentation, I will highlight several circular economy initiatives within Pupuk Kaltim. including the utilization of fly ash, bottom ash, or we call FABA, geodex, and other resource recovery programs, which demonstrate how environmental responsibility can go hand in hand with operational and economic benefits. Next, this is my company profile. So Pupuk Kaltim was established in 1977 and is located in Bontang, East Kalimantan. Today we stand as the largest fertilizer producer in Indonesia. Our production facilities include, we have 5 ammonia plants with total capacity is around 2.6 million ton per year, and then 5 urea plant with total capacity around 3.4 million ton per year, and 3 NPK plants or compound fertilizer with the total capacity around 300,000 tons per year. In terms of environmental performance, Pupuk Kaltim has been recognized as the first fertilizer company to consistently achieve gold proper at the national level, maintaining the highest environmental compliance and innovation standards for several consecutive years. Next, to achieve our sustainability strategy, Pupuk Kaltim integrates circular economy principle within the entire production value chain, from raw material to customer. So we can see from this picture, there is 6 data related to the energy aspect. So in this production stage, we implement the energy management, or we call SMEN. So SMEN is an energy management system towards efficient energy use. Pupuk Kaltim optimize energy utilization, improve operational efficient cycle. This program as well improve material efficiency and reduce potential product waste. Related to the transportation, we also implement the Green Gear. So the Green Gear is our program which support transportation decarbonization by generating renewable energy and providing efficient charging system for public electric vehicle. In the stage regarding waste management and water treatment, we also implement how to manage liquid and solid waste through our integrated treatment system. In this program, the main program is related to the organic, recyclable, and residual waste, and then material reuse factory, or FABA program, which is utilization of fly ash and bottom ash waste as construction material, land reclamation media, and artificial coral reef structure, and sake waste, management of used sakes through pressing and recycling processes. Related to the consumer, we also have a social program which we call it Biodex, transform organic waste into nutrient-rich biofertilizer to support sustainable agriculture. And PKT Bersemi and PKT Bisa, community-based agricultural programs aim at strengthening local economic resilience and promoting environmental sustainability. Through these various innovations, Pupuk Kaltim has successfully built a production system that is cleaner, more efficient, and created added value, supporting the company's broader goals of sustainability and circular economy implementation. Next. And now we discuss about the impact of the circular economy. Regarding the implementation of SMEN, which is an energy management system that improves efficiency and reduce emission. Since 2016, Pupuk Kaltim has implemented the ISO 50001 based energy management system. This implementation goes beyond technical energy saving. It embeds circular principle into plant design, material selection, production processes, and the resource life cycle within our operation. Until now, Pupuk Kaltim has recorded through this program, FABA is fully utilized internally, enabling 100% absorption of annual FABA generation at 35,000 tons per year. This initiative successfully reduced waste disposal needs and generate cost saving up to 1.1 million US dollar. For Biodex or PKT Bursary and PKT Bisa, which is a program to converting organic waste into biofertilizer for farmer. Biodex, which is produced by our research department with an annual production capacity of 50 tons. It is a bioactivator formulated with active microorganisms that accelerate the degradation of organic matter. Biodex also contribute to two key social programs, PKT Bisa and PKT Bursary, both demonstrating strong social performance. From the three parameters, such as social return on investment, it achieved 4.8. And another parameter, social license index or SLI, achieved 68.59%, and community satisfaction index is 93.46%, which means it's categorized as excellent, reflecting high level of satisfaction. The next program we call regarding transportation, we call Green Gear, generating renewable energy and efficient charging for green electric public transportation. As part of its decarbonization commitment, Pupuk Kaltim has transitioned several operational vehicles from fossil fuel power to electric vehicle. However, the EV charging system still rely on the grid electricity generated from natural gas, resulting in residual emission. To address this challenge, Pupuk Kaltim developed Green Gear, a solar power EV charging station. This program contributes to significant environmental and economic benefits. For cost saving is around 359 million rupiah per year, and for the greenhouse gas emission reduction is around 62 ton CO2 equivalent per year. This initiative also reduced transportation-related emission in Bontang by 8.9 ton CO2 equivalent, establishing a replicable model of sustainability mobility that enhance PKT contribution to regional emission reduction. Next program we call SACWASTE. SACWASTE is a management through third-party pressing and recycling. So, normally, Pupuk Kaltim NPK production generates sack waste from both raw material packaging and finished product packaging, with a volume reach approximately 30 tons per month. An innovation has now been implemented by compressing the sack waste prior to shipment. This initiative has successfully reduced shipment volume, leading to improved logistical efficiency and cost saving. Through the following benefits have been achieved. disposal cost saving around 2.9 thousand US dollar, and then economic benefit for third party recycle 4,476 US dollar. This program not only support the reduction of waste generation within the company, but also reinforce circular economy practices by maximizing the recycling of packaging waste. The last one, PKT Bersih. So, PKT Bersih is a program implement source-based waste segregation into 3 categories: residual waste, recyclable waste, and organic waste. Recyclable waste is processed through Anggrek Hitam Waste Bank, Pupuk Kaltim Internal Waste Bank, enabling the development of circular economy within the company. In 2025, the program successfully achieved emission reduction of potential of 116 tons CO2 equivalent per year, and also cost saving potential around 27,000 per year US dollar. So this initiative directly contribute to reducing waste generation and optimizing resource utilization across company operation. Next, please. Next. So this slide explain a strategic foundation anchoring Pupuk Kaltim sustainability journey aligned with ESG framework. Our action are structured into 3 pillars: environment, social, and governance. Under the environment pillar, we focus on addressing climate change and minimizing environmental impact. We are executing major decarbonization program, including ammonia plant 2 revamping, the new soda ash plant, solar PV, and electrification of vehicle to improve energy efficiency and reduce emission. We have set a clear ambition, achieving net zero scope 1 and 2 emission by 2050. This commitment is operationalized through our decarbonization roadmap and investment in clean ammonia research as a future low carbon fuel. On the social pillar, we ensure growth that is inclusive and empowering. We promoting workforce development with 34% of women in management and 95% employee training participation annually. Through programs like corporate social responsibility investment over 4.78 million US dollar support community development. And also we uphold workplace safety with zero fatality performance over 76 million working hours. We also strengthen our agricultural supply chain loyalty through 30,000 farmers and empower 29,000 small medium enterprise partner. For governance pillar, we ensure ethical, transparent, and resilient business practices. We adopt the 3 line of defense model and target a risk maturity index score 2.9 by 2025. Next. This slide presenting Pupuk Kaltim future direction in strengthening its decarbonization and circular economy efforts. We can see on the slide our tagline, "Future is ours." We aim to convey that the future of sustainability doesn't belong to a single party, but is the result of collaboration among all. Companies, government, communities, and younger generation. Future is ours means that the future is in our hands. What we decide, innovate, and commit to today will shape the world we live for the next generation. Therefore, every step toward efficiency, clean energy, and green innovation is an investment in our shared future. To realize this vision, Pupuk Kaltim has prepared four main development directions. First, low carbon supplier selection, which expand the implementation of circular economy to the supply chain by promoting low carbon procurement and integrating carbon footprint criteria into supplier evaluation. Second, tissue culture laboratory which support biotechnology innovation for biodiversity conservation and ecosystem productive, but also sustainable and contribute to both food security and global climate resilience. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Abifara, for the elaborative explanation on Pupuk Kaltim's program. And the next press presenter will be from Petrokimia Gresik, which is our subsidiaries located in Gresik, East Java. And the presentation regarding implementing circular economy principles in Petrokimia Gresik will be presented by Pak Bambang. Pak Bambang, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, respected guests and esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for joining. I'm truly honored to stand before you to discuss critical steps in modern industry, implementing circular economy towards sustainable industrial transformation. Specifically, we will review how Petrokimia Gresik, as a part of Pupuk Indonesia, is implementing the circular economy principle in its day-to-day operation. The circular economy, more than just waste management, it is a fundamental framework for changing how we view resource to create a value. Okay, let's explore how Petrokimia Gresik making this vision into a reality. Next slide, please. Petrokimia Gresik, as a part of Pupuk Indonesia, is a leading producer with diverse product range, contributing significantly to the fertilizer capacity of Pupuk Indonesia. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. Petrokimia Gresik is the most completed fertilizer company in Indonesia, with production capacity is over than 10 million ton per year of fertilizer and non-fertilizer. Petrokimia Gresik has a capacity of ammonia is 1.1 million ton per year, supplying essential raw material for urea, ammonium sulfate, and also NPK fertilizer. Our production operations are supported by integrated infrastructure, which including water purification unit, ammonia phosphate for recovery in the waste management system, yeti in unloading system, and also electricity in the generating unit. Given the scale, the circular economy is necessity in Petrokimia Gresik. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, in this section, I will explain about the circular economy roadmap of Petrokimia Gresik, which serve our main framework for implementing sustainability principle across all production processes. Between 2021 and 2025, Petrokimia Gresik has implemented and expanded several programs focusing on resource efficiency, waste utilization, and also emission reduction. This activity demonstrates how industrial transformation can be achieved through innovation, collaboration, and also continuous improvement, turning waste into a valuable resources while reducing greenhouse gas emission. In this presentation, I will examine 4 key initiatives generate in significant economic and environmental value from Petrokimia Gresik. Okay, next slide. The first one, utilization gypsum for ammonium sulfate fertilizer. In this case, or in this program, gypsum as a side product from phosphoric acid plant reacted with the CO2 and ammonia. In this process, we produce ammonium sulfate fertilizer as a main product and also kaptan or lime as a side product. One of initiative achieved is we can reduce the CO2 equivalent per year, and also generate circular economic value is around 81 million USD per year. Through this initiative, petrochemical not only minimize waste, but also strengthen productivity efficiency and profitability in a sustainable manner. Next slide, please. Okay, in this slide, I will explain about fly ash utilization for petrochas. Fly ash mixed with the gypsum and also lime to produce the petrochas. Petrochas is some kind of product using to soil conditioning to reduce acidity in the soil. In this program, fly ash is partially replaced the function of gypsum as a raw material. So we can convert waste into a product. Beyond environmental benefit, this initiative also generates the circular economy value approximately $20,000 per year. This program is perfectly illustrated how industrial waste can be transformed into a valuable resource. The initiative is a purge gas utilization from ammonia plant. In this program, the purge gas cannot be utilized fully in the system of the ammonia plant. So we can convert the purge gas to a fuel for a package boiler and also waste heat boiler. From this activity, we can have a saving in the natural gas, CO2 emission reduction, and also annual cost saving approximately 550,000 USD per year. This innovation exemplifies how process optimization can directly contribute to both operational efficiency and also environment sustainability. Next slide. Okay, in the last program, I will show you about the post-scrubber program that occur in the phosphoric acid plant. Petrochemical implemented post-scrubber program to recover fluoride and minimize gas emission. The concurrent post-scrubber is a system that allows we recover fluoric acid gas, and then we can use the fluoric acid to produce the LFT3. The initiative reflects our strong commitment, operational excellence, resource recovery, and also environmental stewardship. Okay, petrochemical circular economy journey demonstrates that sustainability in industrial progress can go hand in hand by optimizing resource and recovering byproduct. We are setting an example of responsible industrial leadership through innovation and collaboration. We pave the way for a cleaner, and more resilient future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Pak Bambang. A very interesting presentation regarding the initiatives from Petrokimia Gresik. And the next presentation will be presented by PT Pupuk Sriwijaya Palembang, the subsidiary of Pupuk Indonesia located in Palembang, South Sumatra, regarding the utilization of fly ash at NPK plant, which will be presented by Pak Panji Ruki as the Risk Management Director of PT Pupuk Sriwijaya Palembang. Pak Panji, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Pak Nendra. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So we are a group of subsidiaries from Pupuk Indonesia Group. Obviously, we are from Palembang, South Sumatra, the western part of Indonesia. Previously, it was Pupuk Kaltim from the eastern part of Indonesia, and Petrokimia Gresik from the Java, the main island of Indonesia. So we are all fertilizer producers. As together, we form Pupuk Indonesia Group, led by Pak Dwi. So on my slide, I'm the last. I only have a few slides because strategy has been explained by Burina, where all of us is given mandate to reduce carbon emission, increase circular economy activities in our factories, and increase value for our stakeholders. So particularly in Pusri Palembang, I want to elaborate the program where we use fly ash from our power plant. We are still using coal because Sumatra, the island of Sumatra, is very rich in coal. We are transitioning into clean energy. However, Indonesia is still one of the top producers of coal, and we are using it to produce power, and also to increase steam and other supporting utilities. So fly ash, maybe next slide. The company is in South Sumatra. If you probably haven't been to Indonesia, Pusri Palembang is the oldest factory, the oldest subsidiary that the group has, and we have some of the oldest factories. So we are in the process of revamping, revitalizing our factories so that we get more efficient. But we still have legacy processes such as coal plants to power some of our power generation units. So next please. We supply fertilizers primarily for the small farmers, almost 11 million small farmers in Indonesia in the government subsidized program. So what we do is crucial for Indonesia food security. As a group, we are producing and providing fertilizers, not only urea for nitrogen base, but also NPK for a compounded fertilizer. And I want to talk specifically on NPK, which is really the most used fertilizer in agriculture today. More and more, and less urea, but more and more NPK. NPK is nitrogen, phosphorus, and calcium or potash. So next slide, please. So usually we use materials such as urea or ammonia as part of the nitrogen, and rock phosphate or DAP for the phosphorus, and potash or MOP for our calcium. And it's combined with clay. Now clay, obviously there's a lot of it in Indonesia, but clay also, we have to mine for it, and we are taking from the nature. While we have actually fly ash and bottom ash. Now, the other companies have explained that we have used it for paving materials, construction, even for coral, artificial coral. Now in Pupuk Pusri, we use it as part of our NPK materials. So that it comes back from power generation to material for the fertilizer itself. So we are using it as a replacement for clay. Now, obviously, what we need to do, we have to ensure that when we replace clay with fly ash, that the quality remains the same or better, and also the impact for unwanted ingredients or chemicals are mitigated or prevented, and the produce continue to generate productivity for the farmers without any environmental impact. So we did a lot of testing. Next. Next slide, please. So we want to be careful with this, and so we did a lot of testing, making sure that our fly ash is similar to dolomite or clay. We also customize our factory so that it can handle the more finer materials of fly ash, and we make sure when we compound it into NPK product, we tested it again and again, so that the results from a chemical, from plant nutrition, and also from unwanted chemicals are mitigated. The results is quite promising, and actually it's been in production for this year. Next. Because fly ash has now been designated by the government as a non-dangerous materials, that we can use it as a filler for fertilizers. So now we are going to replace at the first stage 2% of our clay, and we're going to reach 30% within the next couple of years. So that's quite significant, and the result is, number one is cost saving, and number two is we reduce the waste from our production process. Next. we have been using 10,000 tons, which we have saved almost 250,000 a year of saving of not buying clay, using clay. We have reduced almost 634 tons of CO2 by reusing and reproducing. And in terms of reduction of the clay, we are removing almost 500 or 600 tons of clay of equivalent of CO2. So, and the laboratory results is similar. We have able to produce MPK with similar characteristics, similar efficacy, productivity improvement for the customer, for the farmers, and no incremental unwanted dangerous chemicals. The arsenic content is still there, same as regular NPK, but it's all below the contamination level that is regulated in SNE 7387. So this program to reuse our fly ash is going to be continued in Pusri Palembang and up to 30%. So that's just an example of circular initiatives. One of the many that all the other subsidiaries have explained, and I think what matters is to start. It starts small, but we are continuing to be measured, and we are giving it to our farmers at the same quality. So I guess, thank you. That's all from us at Pupuk Indonesia Group. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Panji. And first off, we'll start the Q&A session. Well, if I may, I would like to start from you, Felipe. I'm interested in the slides that you've shown us about the innovation and circular economy in helping us in reaching the SDGs faster.
We have been facing nowadays is artificial intelligence, and this is something that KPMG launched a report on this last week, showing how artificial intelligence can be a positive catalyst to this type of solution. So, in other words, we can apply artificial intelligence for all these situations here that our colleagues show with us. For instance, we can map the whole process, and applying artificial intelligence, we can optimize the process. We can find opportunities to reduce the need of resource, or for the transportation part, we can optimize logistics and so on. So the potential of artificial intelligence nowadays is unbelievable. Like we need to use. There are some experts saying that artificial intelligence will demand a lot of energy and show or connecting AI in a negative way. We need to check or to see the glass more full than empty, and so of course there is a need for more energy, but we can use renewable energy to fill this gap and use the potential of artificial intelligence to find solution for our day-by-day routine. And answering your second part of the question, how to apply in our routine actions, real actions to address SDGs, I think it's important to remember that the goal is not to achieve the whole list, the whole 17 SDGs at once. Like, we need to understand which are the SDGs that are more linked to our routine, to our business, and see how we can define a plan and align the business strategies with these actions. So all of my colleagues present solutions that touch, for instance, renewable energy. and how to implement renewable energy. This is very well connected with SDG 7 and also SDG 13. We heard a lot of how to implement the circular economy. So we are connected with a more sustainable production. So if we analyze our business, we will find that we have a lot of points of connections with SDGs, but we keep explaining this important message to our clients. You don't need to check all the boxes. That's not the goal. You need to find the most material ones for you and then address strong actions to accelerate the SDGs.
Interesting point on the AI. Well, I'm curious on how actually this AI could help us in sustaining the energy for the planet. Is there a requirement for what kind of input do you need to provide to the AI to have a desired output?
Yeah, like one example, like when we increase the renewable energy production, we need to deal with the volatility of production, like and we can apply AI to match consumption and demand, like in a more real time, optimizing the whole system. So you reduce the pressure over the distribution companies and the transmission companies. So this is one example. Other example, you can think in a more small scale in your own company. So if you have like solar panels at your site, you can apply models using AI to deal with your consumptions and reduce the need for power from the grid. So this is some small examples. It's not that simple. Like I'm trying to make it simple just to show, but you can also understand or use AI to try to consume energy at the lower rate, as we have there are several regions in the world that are applying variable price for energy. So you can try to use AI to maximize your consumption and reduce your price, your costs.
Okay, so basically the input is actually what number do we desire to reduce?
Exactly.
Okay. Interesting, Felipe. Thank you very much. And probably I would like to continue to Bu Rina. Bu Rina's a bit of curiosity from my part regarding your company's effort to maintain sustainability and to reduce energy consumption within the company. Also on the circular economy circular economy programs that being implemented in Pupuk Indonesia. How can circular economy strategies be scaled across value chains through collaboration? Well, it's a bit interesting because Pupuk Indonesia has a massive supply chain, and I'm curious on how the strategy be scaled across the company.
Thank you, Pak Dender, for your question. Okay, first is like to scaling the circular economy across the value chain. We cannot do it alone. So multi-stakeholders dimension should be applied. We should have a partnership with the community and also the strategic partnership with a national and a global, and financing, sustainability financing is also very important. And now we also start to monetize our carbon reduction to carbon trading. And then the last is data and digitalization. Like Felipe said, that the AI will give impact in the future. For example, for the MRV system, I will give you an example how we calculate the emissions, and then how we do the verification. To calculate the emissions across the value chain is very time consuming. And if we apply the AI, like Felipe said, we can shorten the time, and also we can do it more efficient, and also it's like for the verification we can do it faster. Okay, thank you. This is my answer.
Well, interesting. AI is beginning to scare me actually. Okay, probably the next question will go to Pupuk. Yes, please.
May I add one point here, because we can look AI for this side of consumption and demand, but we also can apply AI for predictions and see how do you need, or how your production will need to increase or to attend a certain demand from the market. And we are seeing also application of AI for climate risks. So bringing climate risk scenarios to your analysis and see how this extremely event will impact your operations, your assets. So to support you to build an adaptation plan. So there's several possibilities here to discuss AI, and it's also scaring me.
So, meaning that AI can also also can identify and calculate the probability of the risk of climate. Okay, and also I would like maybe to further elaborate on this climate risk. How can one determine the climate risk through through this AI? Does it needs to have certain variables that needs to be precise, or we can just input several variables that actually related to our operations?
Here, we don't need to reinvent the wheel, because we already have the IPCC scenarios, so we can choose 2-3 different scenarios, one more optimist, one more business as usual, or one more pessimist, and insert in the model and see how this could impact your business. So there is no need to try to create scenarios. The point that you need from the business side is more informations regarding your assets, your supply chain, your value chain, to cross this information with the scenario. So therefore, at the end, you will see, for different scenarios, how the temperature will affect my business, or how floods can disrupt my supply chain, or interrupt my operation. So that's the idea here. Use AI to make the analysis faster, more precise, but we don't need to build the new scenarios. We already have good scientists working on this.
So basically, the AI have already had several scenarios built in the program itself, and we only need to put in the variables that are known to us, and the AI will calculate the rest.
Yeah, the AI will cross the informations and see how your operations are exposed to different types of risks. And then you need to analyze this. Of course, AI can support and can suggest you, but you always will need to have like a human analyze after this and to digest and to discuss, because we provide different climate risk assessment for different clients, different sectors in Brazil, and every time that we provide or we present the final results to the board, they say this type of information is quite strategic for me. So it's important to have this conversation and this explanation after the analysis.
Okay, thank you, Felipe. Since we have reached our time, I would like to conclude our discussion for today as that Pupuk Indonesia as a group has proactively transformed the fertilizer industry through the strategic, economic, and innovative implementation of waste, and also have implemented innovations on energy reduction to ensure sustainabilities and to ensure that we have our efforts in the reduction of carbon emission. I would like to thank you to the audience, Pak Panji, Felipe, Pak Abi, Pak Bambang, and Burina for presenting and attending this forum. And thank you.
Thank you.
I'll give it to you.
Okay, please put a big hand of applause for all the speakers and moderator. So waste, including fly ash, is not considered as a burden. It's a valuable resource, a circular strategy to low carbon transformation with a bonus, creating value, additional income stream for the business and communities. Okay, please rise. We're going to have a group family picture together, and it won't be complete without Pak Satrio. Please come and be on the center position. And it seems like the topic AI is very, very interesting. So for suggestion, probably next year in 2026, we will see PT Pupuk Indonesia come up with a topic AI in fertilizer, chemical, and agriculture industry. Once again, please put a big hands for all of them. Thank you very much for joining this session. Let's wrap it up. We've reached the end of our program today, but don't worry, we'll come back tomorrow. We'll see you again tomorrow. Safe travel home and goodbye. Thank you.
From 2018 to 2025, Wayo Indonesia has gradually built more than 10 projects. With Wayo, we created a world-class hydrometallurgical smelting project for laterite nickel ore. Together with Huawei, we have built the world's largest hydrometallurgical production capacity. With Waxiang, we have constructed a nickel sulfate refining line with a capacity of 50,000 tons. With Waneng, we created a super factory for ternary precursor. We have built a green and intelligent manufacturing industrial chain covering the entire process of laterite nickel ore smelting, refining, lithium battery material manufacturing. We are also developing Indonesia Pomala Industry Park, Indonesia's first green industrial park with an integrated lithium-ion battery industrial chain. Huayo has united strengths to build a green integrated lithium-ion battery materials industrial chain in Indonesia, unlocking the full potential of the nation's resources.